So hello and welcome to the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. It's day 3, it's Saturday, and we have got an absolutely packed schedule for you. We've got sprints, eliminations, 1 kilometre time trials, we have got scratch races, all taking place here on the Olympic Velodrome. There's seen so much accident, there's so many world records being set already over the first 2 days of competition. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. My name's Matt Payne. I'll be taking you through all of the race action. I'll be joined by Todd Fraser throughout the course of the show today, the UCI Paracycling Manager, if all goes to plan. We're going to kick off the action with the men's C5 sprint semi-final. The riders taking to qualification, setting the time in the 200-metre flying start time trial. A notable absentee from that, Blaine Hunt of Great Britain, the world record holder in the flying 200, not taking to the start, and hence the 9 riders coming through will be taking part at the first of those heats. Well, we have Niels Verscharen, along with Pablo Jaramillo Gallardo and Martin van der Poel. And there are first 3 riders. Verscharen with the fastest qualifying time for Belgium, at 10.439. The riders lined up on the banking, 3 laps of the track. The only thing that's important here, get over the line first to qualify for those finals. So we're away and racing here on day 3 of the Paracycling Track World Championships. 3 riders on course, 3 riders on the banking at the moment. Spanish rider Janeiro Gallardo there, just a squeeze in Verscharen at the banking. Martin van der Poel just holding high, just keeping an eye on what's going on here. Long look over the shoulder from Janeiro Gallardo at the moment. You can see Van der Poel just making the riders think, just weaving his way around, just looking for the opening, building up speed, taking the long way there, just carrying that pace in now. Now starting to wind up, you just hear the bell go. It's going to be 1 lap to go as they come through the line here. Now Verscharen goes over the top. Has he got the speed to hold this? He's had to go the long way round, but look at the acceleration of Verscharen here as he comes into the last lap. He is going to have gapped so the rest of the riders. Jaramillo Gallardo will come across in 2nd place with Van der Poel over the line in 3rd, but it will be Niels Verscharen who goes through in the first of our heats, our first qualifier into the finals. That will be coming up immediately after our first awards ceremony tonight, approximately at 5 to the hour, so about halfway through the racing today. We've got about 4.5 hours today here at the Velodrome in the 2nd of our sessions. As you can see, the riders just warming their way down, just spinning their legs back out again. Some of our riders back in action, for some their racing done for today. So just awaiting the confirmed results. Our riders for the next heat, heat number 2 in our semi-finals, just being ready to go. So as you can see from our start list, we have got Cabello Lamas, the rider who took the gold medal in the kilometre time trial on day number 1. He qualified with the 2nd fastest time. He's up against Salvaggio, who qualified with the 5th fastest time, and Klinge, who qualified with the 8th fastest time. It gets closer and closer as we go in towards heat number 3. In heat number 3, the 3rd, 4th and 7th fastest timed riders in that qualification will go together. So the biggest spread in heat number 1, the closest spread of times in heat number 3. This one right in the medal there. You can just see the rider from Spain at the top of the banking. So what can Cabello Lamas do? Can he use that kilometre speed? Will he take this for a long run to the line? So the push-off goes. The riders heading around onto the track for 3 laps here. Heat 2 of the men's C5 sprint. Our semi-finals, 3 semi-finals to produce the 3 riders who will be contesting our finals a little bit later on. Just seeing our Italian rider, Salvalaggio, holding station at the back here, keeping an eye on what's going on as Cabela Lamas just drops into the second wheel here. Clinch starting to wind up on the front. The Italian really having to work it. Doesn't want to let too much air going between him and the riders in front. It will give him a little bit of room to run on though, to build up the speed. Over the top goes the Spanish rider, and as you can just see, looking to drive this all the way into the line. Clinch now swept into third place, but the moment Spain are looking like they're going to qualify a rider through to the finals. Over the line it goes Cabela Lamas of Spain. Well, on track to make it to those finals. So 2 riders through in the heat number 1. Niels Verscharen now being confirmed as the fastest rider from heat 1, going over that line first. Heat number 2, fastest rider Cabela Lamas taking away top spot. He qualifies, and as you can see his time 11.238. That compares to Verscharen's time of 12.345 seconds. Last leg into the finish line. Our last 3 riders, well, this really is a very, very difficult heat to call because we have 3 fantastic riders. The rider with the 3rd fastest time is De Freitas of Brazil. He's up against Lassa, the rider who scored 2 medals in 2 days, taking away the gold in the elimination race, taking the bronze in the 1 kilometre time trial. He got the 4th fastest time, and we have Lauro Cesar Marochaman, the rider who took 2nd in yesterday's elimination, the Brazilian superstar in this as well. 3 phenomenal riders, 1 spot from this heat to the semi-finals. So Marochaman just above Lassa, the rider going in at the very top here will be De Freitas. Final checks, final moments to make sure everything is good to go. No more time to think about tactics, focus now purely on qualifying, taking the top spot, taking away the win. A look over the shoulder from Lassa here. He's got the inside, he's down on the blue at the moment. Looks like De Freitas dropping in at the back of this train of 3 riders. 2 Brazilians, 1 rider from Austria. And the Austrian really jamming that Brazilian sandwich sat in between as we start to see De Freitas move down the inside here. Marochaman dropping to the back of that group of 3. Long look across here by De Freitas. Marochaman just winding, just looking for the moment to make the move. Lassa starting to accelerate here. Lassa's going to wind this up down. He's going to drop down. He's going to be held off by De Freitas, so he can't go right the way down, make the most of that height as he comes down. De Freitas really putting the pressure on Lassa here. He's got the inside here, and you're going to see an appeal here because in the last 200 metres, you cannot change line. The rider who goes in underneath the red line first has to hold under the red line. You can't drop in. Lassa will find himself, I think, subject there to an appeal by the Brazilian team, and you saw it from De Freitas. De Freitas was holding Lassa up. Lassa didn't have, as we could see, clear area in front. It forced De Freitas to slow. Now, if Lassa's back wheel was in front of the front wheel of De Freitas, he'll be allowed down. So this will go, I think, very much to our race commissaires. Verscharen through, Cabela Lamas through at the moment. Lassa, the first rider in over the line, but we will await to see if there is a commissaire's decision on that final. They'll be taking a look back. The commissaire's ideally placed to check that out, but they'll be watching a replay of that as well. Well, great to see the stands, the Brazilian fans in here, and see themselves on the big screen in the stadium here at the Olympic Velodrome, and you can see plenty of meets to make some noise there as well, which is fantastic to see that support. Will we see De Freitas be able to go through? He's certainly putting an arm up in appeal because of that move from Lasser. Well, whilst our commissaires deliberate, if we don't hear it anymore, we will take it as read that Lasser has made his way through. And we'll bring you news of that as soon as we can. We're going to move on from race number 1. We're going to go on to the second of our races here today. This is going to be the elimination race in the men's C1 race category. We have twice medalists here already on your screens. That's Ricardo Tenagiles. He will be looking to make it 3 out of 3 in the elimination race. For those people maybe just joining us for the weekend, if you've missed the elimination races already, they've been fantastic. But essentially, the bell will ring once the riders are underway. When that bell rings, the last rider across the line as they come through after that bell, so they do one full lap after the bell, the last rider across the line is eliminated until we come down to our last rider. So basically the positions given in reverse order. 3 of our riders starting up on the railing. That's going to be Ricardo Tenagiles for Spain. We're going to have Leonard van Latham for Belgium, and even Ermakov of the neutral team up on the railing. We're going to have down on the blue band, that's going to be Carlos Alberto Goes of Brazil, and our 2 Saudi Arabian riders, Mohamed Al-Mari and Abbas Al-Hashim. They will be down on that lower section, down held on the blue. It means that when the riders start off, they're more likely to all be travelling at the same speed. The commissaires will wait until all the group is together, and then they will fire the starter pistol as the riders come round if the group are together to indicate the very start of the race. So the track centre are really starting to get busy with more and more riders making the way in, just getting their timing right to come down back in for racing. A number of people making the way out of the velodrome between the first and the second sessions here today. Well, a big thumbs up from Abbas Al-Hashim, the Saudi Arabian rider, giving us that indication that he's all good to go. World Gravel Championships going to Saudi Arabia in the not too distant future. So the riders ready and indicated to go onto track. They'll need to form themselves into that group before the commissaire team let the riders go. Ricardo Tenagiles gaining height already, making sure that he stays up high, wanting to have that advantage of having gravity on his side when that start comes. At the moment leading the group out, Gomes, the rider from Brazil. Just underneath you can see the merge just coming, and very quickly with the start here. So you don't want to be at the back once the whistle goes, and you certainly don't need to be at the back when you've completed 1 lap after that. That is the indicator of when the cut-off point will go in. The riders will be pulled out one by one. Tactics can be to sit at the back and then move round at the last minute and catch the last rider napping. It could be that the riders are going to try and lead this out on the front. I think we're going to see Tenagiles certainly trying to lead from the front here. Van Latham at the back for Belgium, looking to move over the top here. He's pushing on. He's got room to work as well because there's plenty of space at the side. He's going to drive over the top of Ermakov. Ermakov is going to have to move on. Who is it going to be? Will it be Van Latham? It's going to be Goes, the rider from Brazil, just down on the inside there, just edged out Van Latham, using that tactic of going over the top. The bell rings again, so next time as the riders come to this line, and that is when we're going to see the next elimination. So Gomes will move into 6th place. He'll take his place down in the track centre away from the track as we see Van Latham starting to move up over the top here. Down in the danger zone, it's going to be Al-Mari of Saudi Arabia. That's where you don't want to be. You've got no room to work, nowhere to go, and it looks to me like it is going to be Al Mari who comes out. It is Mohammed Al Mari of Saudi Arabia, the next rider to be eliminated here. So that takes us down to our top riders here. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be able to hold the wheels here? Ricardo Tenagiles on the front as they make their way round. 4 riders left. Tenagiles on the front here. Ermakov, who's already taken 2 medals, a silver and a bronze medal in the scratch race and in the 1 kilometre time trial as well. Sitting second wheel, making sure he knows where everybody is. And it looks to me like we're going to see the second of our riders from Saudi Arabia eliminated. It's going to be El Hashim who's taken out. That leaves us 3 on the track. 3 medals at stake here. The gold, the silver, the bronze. Who's going to be eliminated next time when they come to the line? Van Latham playing the smart game of coming over the top, but there's a point at which, with so few riders left now on the track, with just the potential medalists, you have to be very, very aware of what's going on. Now Ermakov making sure he's not going to get jumped on the way through by Latham. Here comes the squeeze. Who will be taking the bronze? It's going to be Van Latham who's eliminated. And this leaves Tenagiles and Ermakov. Can Ermakov come over the top and stop Tenagiles taking 3 gold medals in a row? What has Ermakov got? Has he got the kick that he's going to need? There's 1 more lap to go. Ermakov buried himself in, trying to get onto the wheel, not wanting to lose the wheel. Tenagiles, he's going to lead this out from the front. Tenagiles puts the acceleration in. You can see the move being made down the back straight here. Tenagiles puts on the pressure. Ermakov is still there. Has he got anything to jump over the top on the run for the line? Ricardo Tenagiles is going to take away victory. 3 from 3. 3 medals for Ermakov as well. In 3 days of competition, it was going to be a silver medal to join the silver medal from the scratch. And it's going to be a bronze medal for Leonard Van Latham to join his bronze medal from that scratch race as well. Very strong ride though by Ricardo Tenagiles. Ricardo on the front, really working, setting the pace, and at the moment he was challenged, he always had the reserves to up the pace, to increase the speed and to make it hard for everybody else. A 6th place here today for Carlos Alberto Soares, a 5th place for Mohammed Al Mari, 5th for Abbas Al Hashim. It's a 5th for Mohammed Al Mari, a 4th for Abbas Al Hashim. 3rd place in the bronze medal will be going to Leonard Van Latham. 2nd place in the silver medal, Ivan Ermakov. Another gold medal, another World Championship title for Ricardo Tenagiles of Spain. As the riders from the elimination make their way down to track centre, just slowing that speed off, making the way down. The next set of riders being ready. This is going to be the women's C5 sprint semi-finals. So we'll see if I sprint semi-finals, so you can just see Ermakov a 2nd place in that in the good resort as Ricardo makes his way down into track centre. Well, phenomenal athlete and a rider who we are definitely going to see plenty more of, I'm sure, when we come to day number 4 of the competition. Next up though, it is our women's C5 competition. This is the sprint competition. We have our riders making ready for our semi-finals. Heat number 1, twice gold medalist for Italy so far, Claudia Creti, taking a world record on the way to her win in the racing on Thursday. We've got also Jessica Law, former record holder in the competition. We've also got in the group Agul. That's going to be Agul Agriva for the neutral team up on the outside. So 3 riders. Creti so far has been the strongest rider. What can she do here today in that blue of Italy, the red and white of Canada, with Law and Gariva in that light blue, the neutral colour for the neutral athlete. So the pace really hot here as we see Gariva go for the long one here. She's got the gap here on Creti. I think this is a very smart move here. It's the move to make if you don't think that you've got the ultimate kick. And you can see Gariva at the moment really keeping the pace high on the front, but Creti's coming. Creti's worried about Law behind, and the kick that Law's got a little bit of height on Creti here as well. Creti moves up Law. Nicely tucked in the slipstream. They overhaul Gariva as they come around here. Creti now really does start to wind this up as she comes in towards the finish. It's going to be Creti Law over the line in 1 and 2. Gariva is going to take away 3rd place here today. So the winning time coming in of that last part of the race, the last 200 metres. The time for Creti, 13.045 seconds. Creti with the win and secure in that 1st place spot. So the confirmed result, Creti, Law and Gariva for Italy, Canada and the neutral squad. The riders who come in over the line as we see the next riders being ready for heat number 2. New Zealand, Argentina and Colombia being represented here. New Zealand with Nicole Murray. Murray with 2 silver medals so far in the first 2 days of competition. We've got for Argentina, we've got Mariela Analia Delgado, a bronze medal on day 1 of the competition. And we also have Andrea Osa Velosa, the Colombian rider who takes the top of the track here in the blue. So just an indication to the commissaire team, there's just a little bit of debris on the track there, and just making sure that's out of the way. Last thing you want to do is hit that when you're sprinting out of the saddle or when you're going at slow speed. So away we go. Murray will be leading them down onto the track here from Delgado, from Osa Velosa. They are the 3 riders out on track as you see Creti keeping an eye on them. She's going to be making her way down to track centre as these riders head out. 3 laps to go. Over the line first, the critical thing here today, but take away that win, secure your spot into those finals. Very tactical Murray, just holding up high here, keeping an eye, keeping a look to her left here. It allows her just to check one side. She'll be watching the big screens as well. The riders very often using the big screens in the stadium as an extra cue point as she drops down now, looking to the right, glued to her back wheel though. Delgado here shadowing every single move, making sure she's in position. Little flick by Murray there, little bit of a twitch as she comes down now with 1 lap to go. Murray dives down onto the black line. At the moment though, Delgado is holding the wheel. She's going to try and take the run on Murray on the straight here. She comes down that back straight. What can she do? Over the top she comes. Murray starting to do that final wind up here. This is going to be key here. They go through, up over the top they go, and that is going to be as tight as you like, but I think Murray's going to be declared the winner. She is. Murray from Delgado, from Osa Velosa. They are your top 3 in that order as they come through in the semi-finals in Heat 3. Murray taking the win for New Zealand, Delgado taking 2nd place, and Osa Velosa taking 3rd. The time split, well, it came down to .053, so 0.05 of a second separating 1st and 2nd place as they came over the line. But Murray and Creti, the 2 winners of our semi-finals in the women's C5 sprint semi-finals on day 3 of 4 days of great competition here at the Olympic Velodrome in Rio de Janeiro. Well, Creti looking very, very strong. Murray doing enough to come through. Does Murray have a little bit more left in the tank? Is she saving something back? But when we move on to the race, which we will see coming towards the end of the programme, it's going to be our penultimate race of the evening when we go into the sprint finals for the women's C5 competition. So plenty of time to rest and recover between the 2. the semi-finals and the finals as the bands start to ready themselves. So next up, this will be the women's B 1 kilometre time trial. So our visually impaired riders taking to the track, the time trial in 1 kilometre time trial. Now we have some new teams making their way down onto the start line. As we see the riders getting themselves lined up, and we're going to see Chadwick and Stevenson, the first riders to take to the start here. The 1 kilometre time trial on the tandem, a very tough race. The speed here will be absolutely key. The world record set in Brisbane in 2018 by Sophie Thornhill with Helen Scott alongside her. A 1 minute 4 second time, 1:04.623. The riders ready, the tandem ready, the Commissaire team ready. Time for the countdown. Last adjustment of the skin suit for Hannah Chadwick from the United States of America. Nice start straight out of that gate, putting the power down here. It's a big gear that you have to get rolling with the tandem. Both riders synchronously putting that power through the pedals, making sure that that pedal stroke is smooth, and very tidy line coming around as they came around the first of the bankings, coming around second banking here, around basically turns 3 and 4. They might only have 2 bankings, but the pilots is turns 1, 2 on the first one, and 3 and 4 on the second one. And as they come through at the moment, Chadwick and Stevenson are really winding the pace up here, looking good at the moment. You can see the power going through that tandem. The 500-metre marker being reached in 55.368 of a second. So now it's about, after that start, stabilising and then pushing through the end here. So they go through with 1 more lap to go. They are through with the time of 55.36. So this is going to be a good time. What time are they going to set as they come in and across the line? This will be key here. We're going to hit the 1,000-metre marker. They go over the line. It is going to be a 1 minute 11.562. So just fractionally slower, 0.6 of a second slower than their qualifying time. The team from the United States of America. Hannah Chadwick with the pilot, Stevenson. Roll the way up the banking. Our Italian duo medalists in the mixed team sprint on day 1 of competition at the Paracycling Track World Championships for 2025 in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil on Thursday. Our team here of Mariana Agostini, along with pilots Elena Bisolati. They're the team who took that silver medal as part of that mixed team. The men's and women's tandems riding together to see how fast they could go through the Italian team, taking second place, taking away that silver medal. So a very quick tandem. What can they do here today? They qualified with a time of 1:09.176. Fastest time in our finals at the moment, a 1:11.562. So away go Agostini and Bisolati at the start of the race here. A more gradual wind up here. just building the speed steadily, but looking smooth as it comes through, and it's certainly descended to smooth is fast here today, that is for sure, because they've gone through with a faster time in the first split, now in the second split, 0.952 up. The American tandem duo of Chadwick and Stevenson seeing the Italians out on track now, putting the faster time down, 1.226 seconds up. Here's the 500-meter marker, half race distance, 2 laps done, 1.475 at the moment quicker. They need to keep picking this pace on 1.682. Really starting to wind now, 1 more lap to go. Can they accelerate further? Can they increase that gap? 1.799. They're starting to stabilise. Are they going to drift back any in this last lap? They increase the gap so far. What are they going to do? Can they get 2 seconds quicker? It's going to be close. I think as they come to the line, they go over the line. It is going to be a 1 minute 9.630. And that time is just freshly slower. Again, another half a second slower for the Italian team. Imagine that half a second or so slower for the USA team as well. So going to form maybe the first qualifying where you are having to put down a time to take you inside the top 6, maybe taking its toll. Now our next tandem to take it to the start is going to be the gold medalist, the world champions from the individual pursuits. It is going to be the tandem of Sophie Unwin, piloted by Jenny Hull. Great Britain riders making their way to the track as the final checks are done on that tandem that is secured in place. The world record set by Sophie Thornhill with Helen Scott as pilot at 1:04. Now, Great Britain do have a history of easing back in qualifying and pushing harder in the finals. Once they know that they've set a fast enough time in qualifying, very often that they'll say something back. What can Unwin and Hull do? They need to improve their time. It was a 1:08.372 in qualifying, the fastest time in the country. Women of Great Britain, a 1:06 for Jordan and Khan. What can Unwin and Hull do here today? So the recovery done from yesterday's race in half a second quicker at the moment than the team from Italy who went through the fastest time so far. The first splits still holding 0.433 up at the moment. They need to keep accelerating. They will want to be in those medals, but what can they do about this? Australia, New Zealand and the Great Britain tandem of Jordan and Khan all went quicker in qualifying. At the moment, Unwin and Hull are just holding that just under half a second quicker. Have they got something left for the end? Can they pick the pace up? 1 more lap to go. They will want to accelerate now. They need to keep pushing to the line. It's up to 0.473, but still under half a second quicker at the moment. They were about half a second quicker than the Italians in qualifying. They've got that now to 0.7 here. This is the run for the line. What can they do? They cross the line. It's a 1:08.605. They're going to the fastest spot at the moment, and 0.3 of a second slower than their qualifying time, but that's still 1.025 faster than the Italian tandem and 2.957 seconds quicker than the tandem from the United States of America. Our next riders taking to the track, the champions in the mixed tandem team sprint on day 1 on Thursday. The Australian tandem of Jessica and Gallagher, piloted by Jackie Mangler-Moore. Can they improve on their time? Their time, a 1:07.906, fastest time on track at the moment in our finals, 1:08.605 for the GB tandem of Unwin and Hull. final checks being made. The mechanics securing the runners into the bike, making sure there's not going to be any feet coming loose as you pull on the power, as you really accelerate up. With the team mechanics aside, making sure, double checking everything on the way through, making sure that the aero socks are over the top to protect the aero flow, to improve that airflow, to reduce the drag down on the way through. Third fastest time in qualifying. Can they get themselves a medal here today to add to that gold medal on day one? Gallagher, Mengler-Moore on the course, en route, on their way around the velodrome here at Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. They are fractionally up at that first split, but they have to build the speed right the way through. A little bit of a movement up the track there, just dropping down onto the aero bars on the front there as they start to take pace, just going a little wide on the way into the turn to then drop low onto the black line and nicely around that corner, over a second quicker at the moment. This is looking like it's going to be a fast time. They were 0.4 of a second faster than the Great Britain team, who currently hold top spot, and at the moment Gallagher and Mengler-Moore of Australia 1.483 up. This is an important last lap for them because they are going quicker. This is going to be a good time here today. What can they do? Their time to beat previously a 107.906. They hit the line, they go through a 107.280. They're going to be the first of the tandems to go quicker in the finals than they did in qualifying. So 0.7 of a second quicker for the Australian tandem. That takes them to the top of the standings at 107.280. Unwin and Hull in second place for Great Britain. Agostini and Bisolati in third place at the moment for Italy. Chadwick and Stevenson from the United States of America currently in fourth position. That's our penultimate tandem is being ready. The tandem of New Zealand is our next tandem to go. That will be followed by the second of the Great Britain tandems. But Emma Foy and Jessie Hodges are back, returning back into competition, and back with a bang, taking the silver medal in that individual pursuit yesterday. You can see the aero socks just pulled back there on Emma Foy's shoes to allow the shoes to be clipped in, and then the straps to go over the top, then the aero socks over the top of that. Aerodynamics so key for the riders. So clipped in, strapped in, aero socks down. The tap from the mechanics to flag low, the timing, the start process, automated. Time to see what New Zealand can do. Can they take a top spot here today? So they were half a second slower than the fastest Great Britain tandem of Jordan and Khan when it came to qualifying, but they beat Jordan and Khan yesterday in the individual pursuits. It's a more considered start from Foy and Hodges here, not as explosive, but they'll be then looking to build up speed. Third fastest at the moment as they come round over the line at the end of lap number one. They come down and through. So a 0.502 at the moment, half a second down on the tandem from Australia. Now it's 0.383. They're bringing the time down slowly. They need to reduce that deficit quicker. They really need to pick this up. It's 0.3 still. They're in second place at the moment with one lap left to go. They really are going to have to give everything on the last lap. They need to pick this up. 0.206, the difference between them. What time can they set? The 107.280 is the time to beat. What are they going to do? 0.280, the time to beat is 0.228. They go into the lead by 0.05 of a second. Wow, that is incredibly close. That could be the difference between the silver and bronze, or the gold and silver medal, dependent on what the Great Britain tandem that is about to come can do. Quite literally fractions of a second separating the riders. So the New Zealand tandem going fractionally quicker, 0.2 of a second quicker, but the Australian tandem really going that little bit faster. They all know now that there is nothing now they can do. They have to just sit and watch and wait and see what Elizabeth Jordan and pilot Danielle Kahn from Great Britain can do. 2 bronze medals for the Great Britain tandem. Kahn makes her way on to the front of that tandem. Elizabeth Jordan making her way up the ramp. Great Britain team staff there just guiding Jordan to that tandem, making sure no slips, no slides on the way up, just there to make sure everybody's happy, that the riders are happy, that they are prepped. The riders clipped into place. The countdown procedure started. The last tandem to go. Currently holding on to top spot are New Zealand from Australia, from the first of the tandems from Great Britain. Jordan and Kahn. Last riders to go. What can they do? It's time for that tandem to accelerate up to pace here. It's a huge gear that they are motoring up from the start here. It's going to be, I suspect, their deficit in terms of that first time split. We'll see where they get to, because they started to wind up 4th place at our first time split. A bigger gear, harder to wind up, but ultimately a higher top speed if you can power it, if you can wind it up to pace here. 250 metres done, down in deficit. The half race distance is 500 metres. They are still down at the moment in second place. Their qualifying time, 106.937. The time that's been set so far, 107.228. They can do this, but will they do this? They've got the gap down to 800ths of a second now. They're in second place. It's 1 lap left. This acceleration has to continue. They've just edged into the lead here by 1/10 of a second. There is nothing at the moment. Now goes out to point feet. They are going to surely take away the win here. The time to beat a 107. It's a 106.796. The time at just under half a second quicker. And after 2 bronze medals, Elizabeth Jordan takes away the gold medal, with Danielle Kahn, the pilot, taking away the fastest time in the women's B1 kilometre time trial. You can see at the top of the standings there, a fantastic ride. And that ride, well, it was 0.2 of a second quicker than their qualifying time. The top 3 tandems in the competition going quicker in their finals than they did in the qualification, and that really did mean that things got tight at the top, particularly between 2nd and 3rd place. That only, well, by my maths, 500ths of a second or so separating those teams. So the women's B1 kilometre time trial comes to its conclusion with a win for Jordan and Kahn, who roll their way down into the track centre, working around the centre of the track here. Our next competition that will be hitting the track, that is going to be our women's C2 sprint finals. So in qualification, our top 3 riders going through to the finals. You can see the Brazilian drummers here playing for their rider, Sabrina Custodian de Silva. 2 medals so far, a bronze in the scratch race, a win in the 1 kilometre time trial on day 1. She goes above Florina Riglin, who took victory yesterday, who took 2nd place in the 1 kilometre time trial. The last rider to come to the States, Megan Hausberger. She took a 2nd place yesterday, took a 3rd place on day 1. So all 3 riders have been on the podium 2 days in a row. But who will come across, who will have that victory? Wrigling's victory taken by taking a lap on everybody else. when it came to the time trial. Study De Silva had the speed, and De Silva, you have to remember, when it came to the scratch race and sprinted, the rest of the riders, other than Hassenberger coming in to the finish, this though, 3 laps of the track. My expectation is for Wrigley to try and make this a long one, to try and ride everybody off the wheels fairly early on. De Silva to try and stay in the wheels and maybe go for a middling tactic here, and potentially for Hausberger to try and go over the top of the pair of them as they come into the finish. 3 very different riding styles and tactics from these riders previously. Now the pace starting to wind up. De Silva keeping the height, keeping the pace down, drops Wriggling here, indicating that she's starting to take the pace up. Hausberger has room to run onto the 2 riders if Wriggling's pace is not too high and doesn't leave her behind. Wriggling now really wide in here. What can De Silva do here? She's really got to push the Brazilian rider. She comes over the top here. They're into the last 100 meters. The push for the line is going to be a key here as they come around the final banking. Who's going to take this? Wriggling on the front. De Silva pushes to the line. She'll take away 2nd place. It's going to be a 3rd place for Hausberger, but the winner going to Florina Wriggling. That is now 2 wins and a 2nd place for Wriggling. Custodia De Silva has got the full gamut of gold, a silver and a bronze, and it is 2 bronze medals and a silver for Hausberger as they come to the end of their competition on day number 3 with 1 day left to go. Well, fantastic riding there by Florina Wriggling, winding the pace up there, taking the speed up, accelerating that pace at a pace she was comfortable with, not letting anybody get the jump on her. She had behind her Custodia De Silva, who was holding that slipstream, looking to go out and go round the top, unable to do so with the pace of Wriggling, but holding on to take that 2nd place ahead of Hausberger. Hausberger closing down all the way to the line, but not quite enough in that final sprint to overhaul Custodia De Silva or Wriggling, taking away that 3rd place, taking away the bronze medal. So our women's C2 finals done and dusted. The final complete there for the WC2 category. And we're going to be moving across. Our next race will be another elimination race. This is going to be the men's C3 elimination race. And that is going to be on track shortly. Riders starting on the railing will be Manuel Corber, along with Corey Boddington. Boddington with 2 wins so far. Finley Graham with 2 third places, also up on the railing. Down on the blue band, Devon Briggs 2 second places so far. And we're going to see Eduardo Santos Arsenio, who is going to also be down on the blue band for that race start. You can see the nation's flags and the country code alongside the riders. That's 3-letter code indicating the nation as well as the flag. So if your flag recognition isn't up to it, you can always rely on the letters as well. You can see the riders just being drawn up on the home straight here. So just a little bit of a shuffle here in the standings. You can just see on the railing, it should be Corber, Boddington and Graham, but interestingly here, we've just seen Corey Boddington choose to go down onto the base of the track, down onto the blue here. So we're going to have a switch around here with Boddington choosing not to get that high advantage. Should be sandwiched between Graham here and Briggs. So the riders have been set off when the commissaire team are happy as they come through over the line. That gun will go, and then with the elimination, when the whistle blows. 1 lap when they get to the line, the time after the whistle, that is the time that elimination will take place, and 1 rider will be taken out. Graham moving from 5th wheel up into 3rd and moving on to the shoulder of 2nd place here at the moment. Nobody wants to be bunched in here at this early stage, and already you can see Boddington coming over the top of Graham. That's going to trap Graham now down in the centre of this group. The high route being taken here. For the top, you can just see the interesting move being taken here by the German rider Korber, who's gone for a big long wind up over the top. He's got the height advantage. He's not quite far enough to drop down in front, and now Finley Graham's got to hold off the rider from Spain behind. Down in the centre, Devon Briggs of New Zealand is going to be in trouble here potentially. They're going to squeeze on. That was very tight indeed. I think it is going to be Briggs. It is who's eliminated here. So Devon Briggs taken out of the competition. He was down on the inside, had nowhere to go. The other 2 riders rode over the top there. Smart riding there by Korber. Smart riding there by Graham as to go over the top. And now Finley Graham, another move over the top here and looking to make this a long one. Boddington still holding wheels, still tracking the wheels as they come in through here. As we see the Spanish rider Santos Senior going through over the top. They have dropped a rider though, and that is going to mean that they have got the chance just to ease that pace a little bit, knowing that they are secure in as the bell goes here. Now, what is going to happen to the riders that come round? This is going to be very interesting. Remember, we'll go till we have 1 rider left. Devon Briggs, 5th place. Manuel Korber, 4th place. It's going to be a 3rd place, I think, here. For who is it going to be as they come to the line? It's going to be Santos Senior, who is taken out of contention here. And as they come around the turn, this takes us down to 2 riders. Boddington on the front, Graham looking to go over the top here. So Finley Graham's had 2 bronze medals. He's now in with a chance of a gold or a silver medal. Boddington's had 2 gold. What can they do here? Boddington's starting to wind this up on the front. Graham is tracking that back wheel. Boddington looks over his shoulder. And over they go. Boddington taking away the victory. Graham unable to hold the wheel and then take advantage. Corey Boddington makes it 3 out of 3. Finley Graham improving on his 2 bronze medals to take away 2nd place. Some fantastic riding on the way round. It's going to be a 3rd place, a bronze medal. It's the 1st medal at these championships for Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain. So a great result for him. His 1st medal of the championships for 2025. And big surprise, really. Devon Briggs are just not having room to move, being trapped on the inside. Todd, welcome back down into the depths of the velodrome. Good to have you with us. Another great elimination race.
Hi, Matt. Yeah, that was really great. Kind of small field, but they really made a great show there at the end, so pretty cool to see.
And positioning absolutely critical. Really smart move early on with Devon Briggs being pinned down on the inside. It was really churning. And then we saw Finley Graham go over the top there. Graham improving on his bronze medal, now taking the silver, so I'd be very pleased with that.
Yeah, Finn's been really strong all over the place this year, and yeah, he just was in the right position at the right time, and he took advantage to get an upgrade over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's absolutely looking strong, and moving from those 2 bronze medals to a silver, so 3 medals, and a number of the riders now collected a number of medals. A phenomenal ride once again by Corey Boddington, sitting secure in the race, and then at the end just having the power just to out drag strip everybody. Once he gets that throttle wide open, he's very hard to come around the side of.
Yeah, he's been strong all week, and you know, with only 5 athletes, that field certainly played to his strengths a little bit more than some of the other athletes, I think, too.
Well, we're going to move on from the elimination race into our 1 kilometre time trial. This is going to be the men's C2 time trial. And this is going to be our finals. 6 riders in the finals and a real mix of riders. We have what is 4 of the riders who've already taken medals so far. That is Matthew Robertson, who's taken a bronze medal. Hidebur, who's taken a silver and a gold. Alan Gordon's taken a silver. And Alexander Lote has taken a first and a third place. The first rider, though, is going to be Arquega Castillo, who arrives for Spain. Time to see what he can do. What time can he set here in the finals? So away goes the Spaniard. His qualifying time, it was a 1 minute 15.290 second qualifying time. He snuck in, and it really was sneaking in because it was less than 0.2 of a second separating the rider in 6th and 7th place. And that qualifying ride, when you're having to give everything in qualifying, very difficult then to back it up when you've been so close and you've known you've had to push right to your limit in that qualifying ride.
Well, especially for Luis here, yeah, he had to push really, really hard at the end to just sneak in. There was a lot of competition in the qualifiers, and he just made in, but I think he's got a chance to do something good here. The whole Spain team's been performing great this championship so far, so let's see what he can get across. It's a good starting time.
So the moment Luis on the track, got to hold this nice and tight, 625 metres done, one more lap to go. He will set the time at the moment. He's at 57.525. His qualifying time at 1:15. What can he do here today in the finals? Can he get that little bit quicker? Can he push it a little bit harder, get that little bit more out? It's a tough ask when you've gone through qualifying. 1:15 to beat. He's at 1:14.849. Great performance there. He improves on his time. That was a good ride, and backing up that qualifying with an improvement, which is really good to see.
Really, really fast start, and you know, he's been an athlete in form, no doubt about it, and it's good to see that as the first rider out of the gate in this event.
And when we come to the finals, sometimes we do see, although the track is a potentially really a fixed environment, we do see changes in there, and we do sometimes see slower conditions a little bit later on in the day with the differences in humidity. Even though at the set temperature you can only get a certain amount of change in there, but it's been pretty muggy today, I understand, in Rio.
Yeah, it's been I think our hottest day of the championships outside, and that's certainly transferred inside the velodrome. The temperature's been going up though. We've gotten about 28 degrees all day today inside, and yeah, humidity is in the 65% though, so definitely a little bit muggy.
So a little bit sticky. We'll see what time it can be set. The world record being held by one of our riders riding, that is Alexander Lote, who set that in Paris in September of 2024. No surprises to see him pull out a big ride there on the Paris velodrome. What can Matt Robertson do here today though in Rio de Janeiro? Time to settle down onto that bike, be ready for that race start. Second of our qualifiers for the final, ready to take on the track. 1,000 meters to cover, the 1 kilometer time trial. So away goes Matt Robertson. A third place in the scratch race in the sprint. He didn't manage to score a medal, but he's been looking good. And this discipline here, really one where if you get a good start, and which we're seeing from Robertson, you have the chance to get that back. Get a slow start. It's so difficult to make up time because it is just so quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the start, then getting into your aerial position like we just saw Matt do right here, and then push hard as you can for 3 more laps usually.
Yeah, time to see what he can do. 1.35. The fractions of a second, 1/10 up at that first split, but 250 meters. It wasn't as big as it is now at 500 meters. That gap is increasing, so he's looking like he's going to get the fastest time so far. As he goes through, he gets the bell. He's going to need to keep increasing though if he wants to be in a chance of the medal. Over 1 second quicker at the moment than the first rider away. His qualifying time for Robertson at 1:12. 1 minute 12.566 seconds. He's going to push to the line. He's going to be just slightly outside that, but it will put him in with the fastest time so far. 1 minute 12.865 seconds. So 0.3 of a second slower than his qualifying ride, but at the moment moving into top spots. just shy of 50 kilometers an hour, 49.406 kilometers an hour. It's a scary speed to be going around this track from a dead start. Like, that's the thing we have to remember, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not the maximum speed. That's the average speed. So these guys are definitely over 60K for probably the majority of their race, even probably pushing 70.
And to come from 0 to that pace, you've got to get the power down. You've got to almost explode from the gate, and yet at the same time you can't go too deep. If you do too much damage to the muscles on the early stage, you're going to be in trouble later on. So a lot of practice, a lot of time on track as we see our third rider taking to race start. It's Shota Kawamoto of Japan. The Japanese squad always strong, aren't they, Tom?
Yeah, they've been really good. I mean, just one athlete this year, I think, really focusing on developing back home. But Shota's been really an amazing athlete, always performing, always right on the brink of those medals, too.
So away goes Shota Kawamoto. He qualified half a second quicker than Matt Robertson of Great Britain. He was only about half a second slower than Hidebur, who was the rider in third place in qualifying. So there is the potential here for a medal for Kawamoto, dependent on what ride he can pull out here today. Expect to see him accelerate more as we go through the race and potentially start to pull time back from the start. He's already reversed his deficit that was 3/4 of a second. He's in front now by 0.1 of a second, and now at 0.5. This acceleration from 250 meters through to the 500 meter mark, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he's definitely not the strongest of starters sometimes, but he has a lot of speed at the end, and these gaps are going down really fast now.
So currently more than a second quicker than our current fastest time as he comes through the 750 meter marker. He's increased it at the 8:25 mark. What's he going to be as he comes around to the 1,000 meter mark? He goes over the line. It's going to be the fastest time, 1:11.436. Fractionally slow, but he takes the fastest time so far in our finals and moves into top spot. So at the moment, it is Kawamoto in 1, Robertson in 2, Argeka Castillo in 3. So the time for Shota Kawamoto confirmed 1:11.436 seconds. As we see the fastest 3 riders in qualification about to come onto the track, the bike of Hidebur. Now the bike being ready down on the start line. He took a second place in that scratch race, but in the sprint, it was a real sprint masterclass from Hidebur. You know, when you teach tactics on the sprint, if you were to say to somebody how's the best way to do it, it's to sit behind, take the draft, run over the top and take the win just as you come across the line. That's what he did. He really, really executed that plan to perfection in the sprint. A really strong rider, Todd.
Yeah, he timed that up perfectly. He had a nice position over the top of Alexander Leute, who's a strong athlete himself. And when the time to go happened, he made the move and didn't look back at all after that.
So time to get ready on the bike, ready for race start here. Hidebur, top step of the podium yesterday, second step on day 1. What can he do on day 3? So away goes Hidebur of the Netherlands. Big gear being pushed out from that start. Means that he's going to build pace. He's going to be looking for a high top speed as he comes towards the end of this race. And he's only just behind for a big gear as he comes off and moving from the hooks on to the aero bars there. Needs to get into position, just wants to be settled in there as he comes around. He's going to look to accelerate up now, 0.653 of a second up at the 375 meter marker. 500 meters will be key here. He's up by 0.6 of a second So he's on target to go faster than Kawamoto at the moment, but will it be enough to move himself up from that third place in qualifying? This is the run for the line. One more lap to go here. 0.830 up his qualifying time. The first rider to beat the 1 minute 11 second marker with a 1 minute 10.662. He's going to push towards the line. Can he go faster than that? 10.662 he can. He goes faster. It's a 1 minute 10.348. Over a second quicker than Kawamoto. So improving on his ride in the qualification. That's the way to come to a final and put a ride down.
Yeah, I mean, these last three riders that we have, Hida Burr, Gordon Allen, and Alexander Leute, they were our three sprint finalists, and I think they're in a really good form. You know, I think especially Leute, he's the world record holder, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on this track today.
His world record of 107.9, so just under 1 minute 8 seconds. Phenomenal and really interesting. In fact, in qualification, the riders were the reverse of the podium in the top three places, with Burr, Allen, and Litt, the 1, 2, 3 in the sprint, and the 3, 2, 1 when it came to qualification. So really reversing those places. Now, next rider taken to the track, Gordon Allen of Australia.
He's been in great form too. He's just, you know, been in every race, making sure he's ready and putting down a great time. So I think he's going to have a good one here today as well.
I absolutely love the real close-up shot here. The wheel just up to the red line. The commissaire team set the bike in position. The gate is then moved up to the bike. The back wheels clamped. The seat support then is brought forward to support the top of the bike. And at that point, it's time to get on the bike and show us what your legs can do, what you can do as an athlete, what you can do as a rider, what performance you can put down. But I have to say, the precision with which the teams get the bike set and the position of the pedals, it's so, so critical. The riders, we've seen the riders, some riders preferring a flat position for the pedals, some with a slight raise on the forward pedal. It's so individual.
Yeah, they all have their own personal preference. They all want to get as close to that red line there as you can see too. Make sure there's no millimeters left behind. Really unique too, the blocks. Different bikes, different setups, different bars that we have to install in there to make sure that it fits everybody. You can see the British bikes are sometimes a little bit different from some other bikes, and then we have some smaller athletes too, and so we will need a special gate adaptation for them to make sure that the bar can hold them up and that they can have a fair start for this race.
And that's where that bar that extends to the seat, it's got to step down, it can go low. There are different ones that can go into place to make sure it's in, and the adaptations to make sure they hit the bikes, because of course the aerodynamics as it comes off the back of the bike almost as important as where it hits the front. Time to see what Gordon Allen can do here of Australia, second in qualifying. The world record holder to come behind him. He needs to get a fast time down if he wants that gold medal. So away goes Gordon Allen here for Australia. Can he improve on the silver medal in the sprint? Nice tidy line around on that black line coming around that first turn. Really building the speed up, third of a second up at the moment on the time from Hida Burr. Can he continue to improve on the time? He needs to keep on pushing here. Just under half a second quicker at the 250 meter marker. This is a very tidy ride, Todd.
Yeah, really smooth, right in between the red and the black line, even hugging the black line, which is the exact 250 meter mark of the track, and he's taking advantage of that efficiency to put on a good show so far.
And that time now just under a second. It's hovering 0.651 quicker, 250 meters to go that last lap. It's a really painful lap, and he has dropped time here. So he was up at nearly half a second. He's now less than a third of a second faster. He's now gone behind. He's moved into second place here. Hida Burr's ride was a good one. He improved on his qualifying time. At the moment, Gordon Allen is going to drop into second place here. He is going to be assured of at least a medal, but the question will be, will it be silver? Will it be a bronze? Gordon Allen's time in qualification of 1:10.31. It's a 1:10.9. So going slightly slower in the finals, with Hiddeberg going quicker, means a reversal of the second and third places from qualification, moving into the finals with one more rider left to go. Now, Alexander Lutz, we've got to talk about his world record time, his performances. He's so strong, he's so quick. And I know that sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but he just has pure speed. He's just incredibly fast everywhere.
He's everywhere. He's an all-around athlete. The world record last year, I was there. I was technical delegate in Paris for the Paralympic Games, and that track was flying. And that was really his coming out party as an athlete. I think he's now a superstar in France and a name everybody knows around the world now.
Indeed. In fact, just down the road from the studio from me, my next door neighbour, but one came up and told me lots of about him and how his sons were watching the racing and watching on and cheering him on as he was racing, not just in Paris, but here at the World Championships as well. It shows you just how important it is to get that performance down at a major championship. That's why all the athletes want to do it. It's time to see what the world record holder can do, what the Paralympic champion can do. Will it be a world championship win here in 2025 in Rio de Janeiro? Alexander Lutz pulling down through those bars, making sure he gets the power down. You can see very smooth though, just below that black line, taking that short line, not being pushed too high up the track here. A little bit of a rise as he goes down into the saddle. He moves up the track a little bit, loses a little bit of that control. Now moving over on to the position that he's going to favour as he comes through. It's almost onto the hoods. It would be 0.419 of a second up as he comes through that time check. Quick from the start, but potential to get quicker. 0.681 at the half race distance. This is going to be a quick time. Can he beat his record time of a 1:07? He did 1:08 in qualification. He's 0.9 of a second up. He'll want to take the win. That's the most important thing. 1.128 up with one lap left to go. Can Luke continue to push? Can he improve on the qualifying time? He's only got half of a track left to go. This is going to be really close. What time is he going to set as he comes over the line? It's not going to be a record, but it's going to be a World Championship win for Alexander Lutz. A 1 minute 9.003 second time. He puts 1.345 seconds into Hiddeberg. Lutz takes top spot. Burr takes second. Allen takes third. France, the Netherlands and Australia on the podium, and a superb ride. He's so consistent, he knows what he needs to do, and he just executes it. Brilliant riding.
Yeah, consistency is really his forte. He's always in the front of every single race, really challenging it. I also noticed he uses a different bike a little bit than some other guys, and it's all personal preference, but especially in the 1K TT, you can choose between aero bars or non-aero bars, and Lutz tends to go with just the hoods like you mentioned, and an interesting move for him.
Yeah, really interesting move, because if you've got the pure aero bar, it is in theory aerodynamically faster, but you lose time moving onto it, and you also lose a little bit of time and a little bit of power. It weighs a little bit more, so you've got that extra weight as well. And particularly now that we've seen the carbon fiber, we see they're almost like having brake levers hoods on there. So where your brake levers come out of on a normal road bike, if you like, those hoods are almost now starting to be molded into the bars like a mini brake lever just coming in. It's almost a mini bar there, just there, and it just seems to give that. It's a nice balance, isn't it, between the two of just being purely on drops and then going to the full aero bar. It certainly works for him.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more width, a little bit more stability too, and so certainly he has a preference, and it's working.
Yep, and who are we to argue with a man with a world record, an Olympic title, and the World Championship win? Maybe everybody needs to follow that example, but it is very much individual in the 1 kilometre time trial, the men's C2 1 kilometre time trial, the final event before we go to our award ceremonies. They're going to be coming up in the track centre very shortly. very interesting on day 3, because we are starting to see the riders with some accumulated fatigue, aren't we? We're on to day 3 for many of the riders. Not all the riders rode on day 1, but a lot of them did. And we talked on day 1 and 2, Todd, about riders having to minimise almost their celebrations when they go back to the hotel. Maybe take a little bit of time to enjoy it, to take that positive feeling forward, but maybe not party too hard, because there's a lot of racing still to come. We're on to day 3. We're sort of over the hump, and we're now on to the last 2 days. You can't let off the throttle, though. You've got to keep that discipline.
No, you could say accumulated fatigue for everybody, because we're feeling it too on our side. But you can definitely see the athletes. They're staying focused, but day 1 and day 2, you can't let your guard down. Even day 3, but you start to get tired, and a lot of these athletes are going to compete every single day, and so it's just part of the preparation. You go back, get back into your routine, take a nice celebration for maybe dinner with your friends, but the next day's business again, and so you got to be prepared and stay focused.
And a lot of that is that being ready for the next day. It's about the nutrition that the riders are preparing with, the way that they are making sure that their body's fueled for both an anaerobic as well as an aerobic effort, making sure that they've got that fuel coming in to tap at the right time, so timing the food and the fuel as they come into the racing, making sure they're fully hydrated coming in. But then as you go out the other side, because when you're in the velodrome, it's hot, it's very dehydrating in there, making sure that you then really recover quickly. The recovery drinks absolutely really revolutionary when they came in. They're still a key tool, aren't they? Making sure that the moment that you finish, you sort of hit that golden window where you recharge the energy. You get that fuel to the muscles as fast as possible, because the faster you can do that, the more recovery time you've got.
Yeah, there's the tradition things that you and me will probably use sometimes, the bars and the gels, but a lot of these nations will have nutritionists who come with them as well too, and so they're preparing things all the time. They have their coffee machines down there. Some people even have their own frozen drink machines that they'll make with their special mix of sugar, electrolytes, whatever else, so that the athletes can have something cool to drink but also refills them. And yeah, there's lots of different mixes and things, so I can't say I'm an expert in all of this area, but you certainly see some cool things out there, and certainly these athletes have the ability to get consultancy from all the best people in the world on nutrition.
I know, and I'm sure they wouldn't recommend my favourite for recovery that I actually took from a coach, and that is actually recovery ice cream. Because you can actually make a recovery drink into an ice cream with a homemade ice cream maker. It can be done, regularly is done, and everybody who tries it seems to think it is the best thing going in terms of recovery, particularly if you're somewhere really, really warm. So it can be done, but it is actually a recovery shake made as an ice cream. It does work. I was going to say don't try it at home, but do try it at home. There's different things, but some people don't like sweet stuff. I mean, I have probably the world's sweetest tooth. If there was a world championship for having the world's sweetest tooth, I would be in with a chance of a medal. But definitely, some riders, they prefer something more savoury, and that's really where, different drinks and making sure you get it right in training counts. But the nutritionists, they're going to be looking at a more holistic menu, the whole fueling right the way through preparation training as well, and trying to maximise that, aren't they? And that's been a real revolution, hasn't it, in terms of not just the mass companies out there producing lots of different energy foods and fuels, but also nutritionists coming in and really looking at it on a rider by rider basis.
It starts days in advance even, and so those nutritionists, they'll come in, we're all staying in a few different team hotels here, but they will have consulted with the chefs in the kitchen there to make sure there's X amount of things available for them, gluten-free, vegetables, vegan, vegetarian, all those options due to the athletes' preferences. But you'll see in the hotel every single day just grilled chicken. Everybody wants grilled chicken as one of the #1 things, and we go through so much grilled chicken here.
It's one of those things that when I've worked on a number of stage races, and you always see it at the buffet where everybody's sort of going in for dinner. Yeah, you can guarantee there will be chicken. The grilled chicken somewhere in there, or chicken and rice, or chicken and pasta. it is a number one across probably the globe for riders. But lots of different options, and as you say, whether people are vegan or whether they are celiac, which I am. So for me, it's definitely gluten-free is the way to go. Makes it very interesting if to search that out. But with a nutritionist, it's not something that you need to worry about anymore. It's another thing taken off the rider's shoulders, and it just leaves them more space to do what they do, which is perform, with all the ancillary things being taken care of. And if you can get that rider there without any worries, that's a fantastic position to be in as a team.
Well, I can tell you, a lot of these teams really let the riders just do the riding, and the thinking goes for some other things. Earlier this week, we were sitting with the timing team, and they asked one rider, "Hey, did you have your transponder on?" And she said, "I don't know. I don't leave it. That's my mechanic's job to do. I just get on the bike and ride."
Excellent. Excellent. I love it. And those transponders are critical. It used to always be part of my speaker at the venues. It was one of my key things. Make sure you don't leave your timing chip in the car, changing rooms, leave it in your toolbox, in the wrong set of trousers, or in your shoes, or at the local takeaway. Do make sure you have it on your bike. But of course, once you get to this level, that responsibility is shifted, isn't it? And woe betide the mechanic that doesn't put it on the bike, or there's an issue with the bike, because with that responsibility, there's a lot of pressure on those shoulders to make sure everything is perfect.
And don't forget to take it off at the end of the race too, because some people want those back, and usually there's a deposit or something going back. So if that mechanic forgets to give that transponder back, somebody might owe a little bit of money at the end of the competition.
Oh yeah, it is a fairly common thing to happen, and it is one of those things though, because it is reusable tech. It's used time and time again. The same timing system will be used, the same timing chips being used time and time again here in the velodrome in Rio, and the same is true if it's your local club race or your local regional race or your national races. In pretty much every discipline, those timing chips are being reused, and they're being used hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of times, and that's a great way to use the tech, to reuse it, so we're not just burning up things constantly and using up resources. So fantastic to see them being reused, but somebody does always have a habit of going home with them. That is definitely in there. It's in the tick box of officials' dislikes, chasing people for timing chips, I'm sure. The timing team do an amazing job, and we've got to say a big thank you to them. It's a real pressure job. It's a no-fail environment. You cannot afford not to get the time when somebody's putting down their World Championship ride. And there are multiple systems in place to do that. We did get a great shot of the photo finish cameras yesterday, with the two cameras looking down onto the straight. And they are really impressive. If you've not seen one, go onto a search engine and put in photo finish picture cycling on the track, and you'll see the riders coming through. It is something special, and it can split the riders down to literally a hair's breadth of a difference between them.
Yeah, 2,000 frames per second usually, so every second it's taking 2,000 individual photographs to make sure that we have the most microscopic of distances if we ever need to look into the detail like that.
And the accuracy in that equipment is phenomenal, but there's always that sense check as well, because technology, as we all know, can go wrong every now and then. There can be a glitch in the system, and if that gets into the works, then we really do have to rely on that common sense check, and that's what the commissaire teams are there to do as well as looking at the rules. They're there to make sure that there's a common sense check. They've got so much experience of track. They're absolutely invaluable, and that track experience is hard won. They've got to put a lot of time in.
Yeah, the timing system themselves, they'll have the main one, the backup, and then we'll also still have a human backup every single time, so that if something goes wrong, we'll be able to manage.
And that's really key, isn't it? Having the Mark 1 human eyeball, as it were, in the system, checking it out, doing the sense check, making sure the riders, because as you say, if a rider forgets the timing chip, they finished in the top 3, but they're not recording on the timing system, you're going to be going, yeah, but we did see them come over the line in the top 3. So really, really key to have those finishes. And they have to stay calm as well. Definitely why I am definitely not suited to the role of commissaire, because you've got to be really calm no matter what, whereas I tend to enjoy the racing too much. You get really excited. funnily enough. But we've got to say a big thank you to them as well. You can see the commissaire teams down there, the race officials in the light blue shirts, and I think they're tan trousers, aren't they, for the commissaires?
Yeah, for the international commissaires for the UCI, we have 7 of them here, and the uniform is blue shirts, tan trousers, and then depending on the days and the situations, they may wear ties or jackets. Usually first day we try to do ties and jackets as a little bit more informal, and then we go more relaxed because it's hot here too. And then we still have a number of national commissaires, and some of them may be certified as international commissaires too. So Brazil will provide, I think there's 10 total here who are helping with, they're equals. They're equal to the international commissaires, and so they're all one big team who officiates the championships, make sure that everyone's competing on a level playing field.
And then one commissaire is the president of the commissaire panel, it's PCP. Like anything, every ship needs a captain to steer the boat in one direction to preside over that, and that rolls round. I was sat at the Mountain Bike World Championships for dinner, and we worked out that in amongst the commissaire team, that all but one had been a PCP at one point over the last few years at World Championships, and it was really interesting to see that they were all happy taking all those different roles and really supporting each other with their development, because the commissaires developed, they worked through from being a regional to a national commissaire, then into the international commissaire. So there is progression there, and there's that training that goes on to take people up through the levels, but as you say, they're still all equals. Everybody has a role that is as important as anybody else.
Yeah, it's really a team, and when there's a decision to be made, they get together, all talk it over, consult the rule books if they need to, and then make one final decision. Really, the PCP's job is to be the one who communicates that to the teams or the athletes and answers any questions after that as well, too.
Well, we will be seeing our riders making their way to the stage, those results that have been ratified by the commissaire team. The announcers to announce. Generally, it's a signature actually on a piece of paper from the chief commissaire that is handed to the announcer to call out. This will be the men's C1 elimination race victory ceremony, our medal ceremony for the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. So taking away the bronze medal, Leonard Van Latham as the bronze medal he took in the scratch race yesterday. Another medal for Ivan Ermakov, a bronze medal in the 1 kilometre time trial on Thursday, a silver medal in the scratch race on Friday today. Another silver medal for Ivan Ermakov. Three days, 3 gold medals, 3 championship titles for Ricardo Tenaguez, the rider from Spain. absolute phenomenal performer on the track, an incredible rider and athlete, and brilliant to see him taking the World Championship title in the men's C1 elimination race. Nobody could match his speed. Ermakov tried to hold him, go around him, all Van Lennep just distanced and taken out of contention just before that final lap, the final sprint in. Great to see the addition of the elimination, and three fantastic riders here in the men's C1 category taking away the medals here today. Your top three riders here today, taking the bronze medal for Belgium, Lennep van Latham taking away the silver medal. It is Ivan Ermakov, and taking away the gold medal, the world champion, the man with the rainbow jerseys. He's got one for every day of the week. And then someone tell you, Ricardo Tenagilis of Spain, the world champion for 2025. Ricardo knows exactly what to do when it comes to those photos. So important. Do give the riders who are competing here your support. They do an amazing job out on the track, on the boards, out on the roads. It is fantastic to see them in action. Your support of them really is appreciated, not just by the riders, but it's also great for the teams as well. Ricardo with his signature down on to the jersey here, as Ricardo poses for those photos with the rainbow mug, the rainbow jersey. And the congratulations there. Another job well done for Ricardo. Another championship title in the bag, 3 out of 3. So as Ricardo finishes signing the jerseys, the rainbow jersey, the iconic jersey presented across all of the cycling disciplines covered by the UCI, the Union Cycliste Internationale, the governing body of cycle sport. We're going to move across to our next championship awards ceremony. So our next awards ceremony is the women's B1 kilometre time trial here at Rio de Janeiro in Brazil at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. taking away the bronze medal here today after taking the win in the mixed team sprint for Australia. It is Jessica Gallagher and pilot Jackie Menglemore. The gold medal presented to the riders here, the bronze medal, sorry, presented to the riders here from Australia. Fantastic result for them. Second medal of the championships for the duo from Australia. Well, New Zealand taking away their second silver medal. It was a silver medal in the individual pursuit for the team as Emma Foy steps up to receive her silver medal, her second silver medal, alongside Jessie Hodges with hers already around her neck there. New Zealand, 2 second places in the last 2 days. So after 2 days of taking the bronze medal, it's a gold medal for the Great Britain team in the women's B1 kilometre time trial, taking away the gold medal. Elizabeth Jordan takes away the World Championship title with the jersey on the back, takes the handshake. Pilot Danny Khan receives her gold medal as well. Amazing duo, their third podium in 3 days, but taking the title here today in the women's B1 kilometre time trial final. Their winning time 1 minute 6.796 seconds, a phenomenal time. All three of our medalists improving on their qualification times in the finals to take away the bronze, silver and gold medals for Australia, for New Zealand and for Great Britain respectively. Well, cheeking the glasses there together, our gold medalists there. Phenomenal performances, 6 amazing riders. The medalists in the women's B1 kilometre time trial from Australia, Jessica Gallagher, piloted by Jackie Menglemore, taking the bronze. Emma Foy for New Zealand, piloted by Jessie Hodges, taking the silver. And Elizabeth Jordan, piloted by Danny Khan, taking away the gold medal, the rainbow jersey and those rainbow mugs. So the GB riders make their way down for the jersey signing. So the two signatures going down there. Danny, the pilot, the first on there. Danny Khan at the front of that tandem, Elizabeth Jordan on the rear of the tandem, and you can just see the signatures going onto the iconic rainbow jersey presented across all of the disciplines here at the Velodrome. Our riders signing their jerseys as we get ready to move on to our next medal ceremony. This is for the women's C2 sprint competition. Taking away the bronze medal here today. 3 days, 3 medals, a phenomenal performance. Mika Hausberger of Germany receiving that bronze medal at 3rd place in the women's C2 sprint competition. You can hear the applause of the crowd. It's a full complement of medals. A bronze medal in the scratch, a gold medal in the world title in the 1 kilometer time trial. Today, a silver medal here in the sprint competition for Sabrina Castadio da Silva of Brazil. Serena Riegling, 2 days, 2 title wins. She started off the campaign with a 2nd place in the 1 kilometer time trial, took the win in the scratch yesterday. A win here today in the sprint competition for the rider from Switzerland, resplendent in the iconic rainbow jersey with the gold medal held proudly aloft. Your top three riders here today in the women's C2 sprint competition, taking away the bronze medal for Germany, Maika Hausberger, taking the silver medal for Brazil, Sabrina Custodia de Silva, the world champion, the race winner, the wearer of the gold medal and the rainbow jersey, Florina Rigling of Switzerland, who makes her way down. Another signature for Florina on to the World Championship jersey. A big thank you to all of our commercial partners. Hardest decision, where are you going to get the signature? So the signature's done, the photo's done. Time to enjoy another win for Florina Rigling of Switzerland. Prepare ourselves for our next medal ceremony down here in Rio. Riders assemble for the men's C3 elimination ceremony. 'Fantastic performance from Eduardo Santos Asensio, who takes away his first medal of the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships with competition tomorrow. And no discount this rider. He takes away the bronze here today in the men's C3 elimination race. Taking away second place here today, moving up from his two bronze medals on day one and day two. It's the silver medal, a second place for Finley Graham from Great Britain. Days, 3 wins, 3 titles, 3 rainbow jerseys and 3 gold medals for the race winner Corey Boddington of Australia. A phenomenal performance with the flat out speed that meant nobody could touch him as he eliminated rider after rider, eventually taking away top spot in that final run for the line with Finley Graham. your top three riders here today in the men's C3 elimination race. Taking away third place, taking the bronze medal, Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain. Taking second place, taking away the silver medal, Finley Graham of Great Britain. Taking away top spot, taking away the race win, the rainbow jersey, the gold medal, the rainbow banded thermos mug as well. It is Corey Boddington of Australia. Another phenomenal performance by the man who now has 3 titles in 3 days. Well, he's going to have had plenty of practice putting his signature on to the jerseys. He's going to do so once again. So the first of those signatures done, he knows that he's going to have another one to do. A brilliant performance by Corey Boddington to take away his 3rd title here today. And here's a reward, a rainbow jersey, that iconic rainbow jersey on his shoulders, the golden medal around his neck. So great racing so far on day 3 of competition. It's Saturday here in Rio de Janeiro. As you look down onto the track centre, some phenomenal racing from our riders, taking away some amazing performances, and we're taking away some great memories of the championship so far. Some moving moments, some real times where you've seen the very best of sport, and some of those moments bringing a tear to the eye of many a seasoned volunteer, along with professionals on the race scene, making the racing happen. Particularly moving yesterday, the support given by some of our medalists as they helped one of our medalists up on the stage during the national anthems, and I think that really, for me, showed what sport is all about, and just how important it is that we continue to see sport as one big family that can unite people in their goals to be the best that they can be. So time for us to move on. Our next competition is going to be our men's C5 sprint finals. The races that kicked off just a little bit earlier on, with the riders putting in some phenomenal performances in the semi-finals. We're going to be bringing you those finals very shortly indeed, as the riders are assembled, ready to make their way on to the track. So going through to the finals, the 3 winners are on our screen. So Niels Verschoen of Belgium of semi-final heat number 1, semi-finals heat number 2, Alfonso Cabello Lamas, and it's shown on our screens as our 3rd rider, Franz Josef Lasser, the winner of semi-finals heat number 3. We do need to just confirm those of the riders on track, but it's certainly looking that way at the moment, just waiting for those riders to be assembled. I can see the red and white jersey of Lasser down there. So the 3 riders make their way down to the start. They'll be taken up on to the bank into the start line where the commissaire awaits, the race commissaire waiting to set the riders off on 3 laps of the track. A rider from Spain, Alfonso Cabela Lamas, the rider who set the second fastest time in qualifying. The victory in the 1 kilometre time trial. Franz-Josef Lasser, 4th fastest in qualifying. They win in the elimination race yesterday and a bronze medal in that 1 kilometre time trial, taking the win in his heat. The third of the riders, Niels Verscharen of Belgium, making his way up, the rider with the fastest time in qualifying, taking the win in his heat. Yet to win a medal in these championships. What can he do here today? Can he take away his first medal? What colour will it be? Will it be a bronze? Will it be a silver? Or will it be a gold medal? The 3 riders assembled, Spain, Austria and Belgium, represented here by Cabela Lamas for Spain, Lasser of Austria and Verscharen of Belgium. So away go the riders at the moment, just drop in and down into that track. Centre Cabela Lamas, the rider who went down early, so moves up very quickly, pushing Verscharen up here. Esmeralda wants to get that height on the track here. Lasser moving in behind him. These riders using the full width of the track, not afraid to be pretty physical in demanding the riders go where they're going. You can see here that at the moment Cabela Lamas really trying to boss his way around the track. He's the first rider to dive down in towards the track centre, though, using the height coming off the bank in at its steepest point to gain the maximum speed as he comes down. We have 1 more lap to go here in the men's C5 sprint competition, and at the moment Cabela Lamas is trying to hold off the charge that's coming from Verscharen. Lasser's going to come around the outside at the moment. You can just see coming through over the line, taking victory. Niels Verscharen goes through. He takes away the win here today. Behind him, Cabela Lamas and Lasser having to be content with the silver and bronze medals, but the race win going to Niels Verscharen. He went over the top there. Phenomenal ride from the rider from Belgium. So that is not the race we have just seen. That is in fact the heat results. So just ignore your graphic on the screen just very quickly, because we will be coming up with the results of the sprint, the men's C5 sprint results. It is looking like it is Niels Verscharen who's confirmed as our race winner. In second place, it's going to be Cabela Lamas, and it's going to be Lasser who takes away the 3rd place. According to the time screens at the moment, just waiting for that to be confirmed. So as the sprinters leave the track, they make a way for the riders in our next competition. So the women's C1 time trial, our next competition, taking to the track. Competing already on 2 days of competition. The riders taking to our track. Our first rider down onto the race start will be Talia Clayton-Goody, the rider who's taken 2 race victories so far. And what can she do today in the kilometre time trial here in Brazil? So away goes Talia Clayton-Goody, the Australian rider, looking to set her time here today on the track in the women's race here today. The fastest time set, the world record set in February in Manchester by Katie Toft, a 1 minute 33.553. Talia Clayton-Goody today focusing on making sure she takes away the win in this race category. We'll have to see how she goes on as this race progresses. At the moment, it's coming up through that 375 metre marker in 36.73. One really tidy ride here by Talia Clayton-Goody, and at the moment certainly looking to be on course as she makes her way around the route here. So the bell rings out with 1 lap left to go. 750 metres complete. The final lap, 250 metres, a chance to really push to take away the fastest time that you can here today. That clock ticking at the moment. What will the time be? She goes in and across the line. It is going to be a 1 minute 25.366. It's a new world record. They're going to Talia Clayton-Goody. So a world record in the women's C1 competition in the 1 kilometre time trial. And the world record goes here at the Rio de Janeiro Velodrome, the Olympic Velodrome. Talia Clayton-Goody putting down a world record time. So our next rider just making their way down to a race start here. So it's going to be our Brazilian rider, Victoria Maria de Camargo e Barbosa, making her way on to the bike just down in the track centre, held by that gate. You can see very similar bars, in fact, to those used by Alexandra Luzzi, who we were talking about earlier on, with the just almost like brake lever hoods without the brake levers, just on the top of the bars. All of these handlebar setups unique to the riders. It gives them the position that they want on the bike, that gives them that control. It's a really aerodynamic position whilst affording plenty of room to get that power down as well. So Barbosa on to the bike, the glasses on, the final checks from the team. So as the buzzer sounds, it is time now for the Brazilian to head out on to the track. So Victoria Maria de Camargo e Barbosa powers off from that start, building the speed coming out from the gates here. Nice tidy line all the way around that turn, just holding the bottom of the track, minimising that distance, maximising the speed through as she goes around the support of the drum band here and the local supporters as she comes through. First lap done of 4 here today. 32 seconds through as she makes her way in and through. Lap number 2 as the pace continues to build here, so really driving on, and you can see the momentum building, still holding what is a really smart line through there, keeping a really great control of that bike, just holding it just down below the black, which is the perfect place to be on there. A real masterclass in keeping that bike and doing the exact distance that you need to do and no further, and that is what everybody is looking to do. Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa doing exactly that as she comes to the 625 metre marker. Comes to the line as the band bring her past the bell. The bell rings out with 1 lap to go. A great performance here today. Very, very tidy ride. Very nicely done. A great technique here from Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa of Brazil. She comes round towards that 1,000 metre marker. She's going to hit the line and stop the clock. It stops at 1 minute 48.194. Phenomenal performance here today, and fantastically smooth ride as well. A real great control. We see a lot of the riders in the kilo weaving about the track. No problems at all though there for Camargo y Barbosa of Brazil. So the confirmed results on your screens there, with Talia Clayton-Goody taking the win from Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa. So as our riders in the 1 kilometre time trial in the women's C1 competition make their way up from the track, our men's C4 riders make their way onto the track for the 10 kilometre scratch race. This could well be spectacular because we have got an absolute truck full of riders. We have got phenomenal riders in here. We've got 2 riders who've already won medals in the shape of Archie Atkinson, who took a silver on day 1 in the 1 kilometre time trial. We have also got Jana Thierens, who's taken 2 medals, a bronze in that 1 kilometre time trial, and also taking a silver medal, 2nd place in the sprint competition yesterday. But we've got some real specialists at the scratch race here. 14 laps of the track to cover. Riders starting either on the railing or on the blue band. So the riders will be taken to the line in order as they make their way around the big court. As they come to the line, LaRusso of France, Atkinson of Great Britain, Doring of Germany, Al-Majrashi of Saudi Arabia. We're going to have Roti Rojas of Chile. We're going to have Perez of Cuba, along with Ribeiro Denadei of Brazil, Thierens of Belgium, and Leo of Argentina, and Cortes Saavedra of Chile. They're all on the railing. Up on the top, you can see them there on your screen. Down on the blue band, we're going to have Ambrosi Ramos of Argentina, Garnier of Switzerland, Imamuddin of Indonesia, 2 Brazilian riders, Soisval de Almeida and Rodriguez. We're then going to have the UAE rider Abdallah Al-Balushi on the blue band as well. He'll be followed by the rider from the USA, Jason McComb. Will then be Sim Mangwai of Kenya, followed by Duenas Gomez of Colombia, Rodman of Jamaica, and Buka of Kenya. The riders assembled on the blue band and the railing. They'll be set off from the race start when the riders come together, and then the gun will go, and they will have 40 laps of racing, 10 kilometres to cover here. So So Saturday at the Rio de Janeiro Velodrome at the moment, the support for the riders ringing around the stadium. The riders now all on in position, either on the railing or down on that blue band. So our commissaires, our race referees, are just checking that all of the riders are in position, all of the team helpers are ready to move in the correct positions once that race starts goes. Just make sure that they're able to set those riders clear. So I think one of our riders is going to be sent around to go down to the bottom just to make sure they can take that race start safely. None of the helpers, the assistants, are going to be up on the top of the banking because of the volume of riders in the racing. They're going to send the riders round and drop them down onto the bottom. None of the riders will be set away until all of the riders are back into that group, and then they'll have to be together as one fixed pack before the go and go, so the riders are away. It's time to see who will take away the medals here. One chance of taking away the scratch race title, the 10K scratch race in the men's C4 competition. Riders can try and take a lap by overtaking the rest of the riders, and that will put them one lap in front. That means that if they can do that on their own, as we saw in one of our women's races earlier, that they will then be able to take away the victory without needing to sprint, but very difficult thing to achieve. The leaders of this pack will keep that pace down to just try and make sure that they bring everybody together in the group. And the moment LaRusso of Frasquet and LaRusso just holding the pace steady here, being told by the commentator to keep the speed down. Early moments further up the banking for some, I'm sure, as the group try and hold the pace. Two riders just making their way onto the back of that group. So the rider's not up and racing until the commissaires fire the gun. One of our riders, thinking that he heard the gun with the noise in the background, just having to back off. Looks like Rodman also just following the moves there. That's going to mean that we're going to have to slow back off again before we take the race start. These two riders will have to be pulled back into the group, and the race will not start until they're all together. Now all those riders must be together. The Brazilian and the Jamaican rider reabsorbed into the group. The gun goes. We are now racing 40 laps of the track. 10 kilometres. And this is where the riders will soon be looking to see who wants to take up the running, who's feeling keen. Well, my goodness me, already it's going to be Abalusi of the United Arab Emirates who's on the front here, already starting to accelerate. He's going for an early one. He's gone on lap one 1:40 to go. He's got what is going to be quarter of a lap at the moment. Belushi absolutely dialing this. He's certainly looking to make the most of this. The UAE with a massive investment in cycling infrastructure and a new velodrome being built on Hudaria Island that's going to be hosting the World Track Championships. It's going to be very interesting to see what this rider can do. It's a long run for glory at the moment. Now, I'll tell you something, if he can get the lap, that'll be incredible, but I suspect what will happen is it's going to break up the group behind. He's certainly going to lap at least one rider here, that going from the gun, brave move, gone solo. I'm sure he would have liked to take 2 or 3 riders with him. That would have given him a greater chance of getting across here, but the moment really winding up on the front here. So Abdallah Al-Belushi from the UAE with the gap, the full length of the straight at the moment. The chase is coming behind. You can just see the riders trying to get themselves together, and I think that's going to be Atkinson who is making the running behind to close the gap down again as Al-Belushi just starts to get closed down here. He's on the front of the main group. The French rider Russo also chasing hard here as well, and this really has made life difficult behind. So it's going to be LaRusso, Atkinson going through, along with a rider from the United States of America, McComb. They're in that big group at the moment as they go steaming down this straight. Well, it's shaking it up from the word go here. 34 laps left to go. There are riders now starting to lose the laps at the moment. So Mbuko Maguire as well as Almarashi all losing a lap to the pace that was injected there by Al-Belushi, and now a counter-attack move goes here as Archie Atkinson pushes on, tries to accelerate through. He's going to take with him McComb for the United States of America. He's going to be the rider who's going to come around, I think, on his way. In fact, it's the Colombian who's already moved his way right up. The American dropping into 4th wheel, and our Colombian rider right in the right place there. That's Duenas Gomez, who's sitting just above Atkinson. The Frenchman eases off as our Chilean rider comes through down on the inside at the moment. Rati Rogas, the rider who's going to lead them around that turn, just down on the inside. Now Belushi not dropping to the back of that group just yet. And now Atkinson starts to weave his way down, comes down off the banking, puts an injection of pace. It's not an attack as such just yet. Is he going to continue to push? It looks like Al-Belushi, the rider who's in pursuit, taking up the chase. The Argentinian rider, that's going to be Shir Valeglio, who's going to be taking up position 2 on the track at the moment. As the pressure is on now, this group is really starting to fracture, and I think we're going to see about half of the race field making the way across here if the rest don't pick up the pace here. This is a very, very important moment in the racing as these riders continue onwards here, because LaRusso is looking to come through, goes over the top of the rider on a track at the moment. This is a big push at the moment. Who is going to be able to stay with the lead as they come round to the front of the group? Atkinson, long look over the shoulder, right on his heels. This is going to be Rossi Ramos, the Argentinian rider who's on the same lap as Atkinson at the moment. He's right in the mix. The German rider just swinging up the banking. That's Fabian Doring. Doring, we know, has got a big kick on him as the Belgian rider just makes his way up to the front of the group. Thierens, who's had 2 medals so far, now dropping onto the wheels of the Brazilian rider. Brazilian swings up, then drops down, and very, very close to the back of wheel of the Swiss rider Laurent Garnier. So at the moment, that race lead still being held. That is by Soares Valde-Almeida. big push on here. What can he do? He's got a gap here. So is Almeida. He's on the same lap as the race leaders. He's got the gap on the main group here. I'm not sure if they're aware that he is not a lap down. This could be the first lap gained here because he's gone clear. He has got riders that he's making his way onto the wheels at the moment, and you can see just going over the top of the Chilean rider Rojas. And at the moment, this is a big move, a big push as he goes here. Will he get across? So it's Almeida looking at the moment very strong. Got the gap, got the rest of the field on the top of the banking, looking at each other initially. Now the chase is starting to pick up the pace. We're going to hit half race distance, and behind 4 riders starting to close down. Now 5, 6, 7 coming across in that group. Behind that chasing group is splitting, it's reforming on the way round, and every time that there is a fracture and a reformation, you're going to see a change in pace, you're going to see a hesitation in the pursuits here as the chase coming. LaRusso leading that chase once again. The Frenchman looking to close down the Brazilian, who had at one stage a full length of the straight between him. He was from bend to bend clear. He's going to get pulled in here. LaRusso, Atkinson, they go through. Certainly looks to be like Ambrosi. Ramos still in the mix here, along with our Colombia rider McConnell from the United States of America. Nicely positioned at the back of that group. Not doing too much work. Theros is in the back, just slightly lower down at the moment. Not getting too much shelter there. So our next rider going on to the attack here. Next move going. So this is going to be Roti Rojas on the move here, looking to be the next rider, trying to get across the gap here. What can he do? He's seen his teammate from Chilicotes, Salvadia, being lapped on the way through. This is going to be critical now as we come into 15 laps to go. Roti Rojas closed it down. The big Colombian not hanging around here. Buenos Gomez wanting to bring this back together again, not wanting to let any of the good sprinters go at this stage. This pack, though, is diminished as we see Theros come to the front. At the moment, it's about 11 riders strong at the front of this race, and they're just drifting up. It may allow 1 or 2 riders to come back in to touch here. UAE rider gaining contact with the back of the group, leading a group of 4 riders back into contention here. Almost a smaller group now swelling with that reduction in pace. Atkinson swinging up. They're all following his wheel at the moment. Nobody wants to take the initiative right now. They're all very conscious of how close towards the end of the race they are getting. 13 laps to go at the moment. There's a lot of chopping and changing in this race. The riders really do need to be aware as we see another move. Well, he's irrepressible at the moment. He's Albelushi. He went for the first attack. He's gone again. He's now going to string this out. He knows that he wants to get this pace back up again. He doesn't want to let it slow down too much. You can see him just looking at where he's going to drop back in again as he comes off. Atkinson goes over the top, and I think there's a rider down there from Argentina as they came around there. Atkinson tangling as they came around. I think you can see a number of riders on the floor down there as they came down. Riders hitting the deck, and that is going to be a neutralised race. With 11 laps to go, the yellow flags are waved. The race is now neutralised. A touch of wheels. One rider comes down, one rider goes up. The front wheel comes off, and then everybody behind is left chasing. Those that can will get the bikes fixed, and then they will be back in the race once again. Certainly looking like back on his feet already is going to be Ambrosi Ramos. Just taking a little bit of a seat there. He's just looking for that bike to be fixed. So he's a bit of debris and a few marks on the track that they're going to be fixing. So you can see the team down there just patching the track. So the riders being waved up to stay clear of the debris. The last thing they want to do, if they are still on the track and racing, is for the race to be over due to an incident, catching something coming out of the track. So the riders at the moment with a neutralised race, just riding around, arresting those lanes. It's something the riders have to get used to when you race a scratch race, when you're mass bunch racing, and a touch of wheels can result in a slide down the track. And hopefully all of our riders will be back up and racing at some point in the very near future. The medics team, of course, here ready to deal with all the incidents that you might find. Well, you can see the brush there, just taking the bits of debris off from the track side. A number of riders now won't be returning into this race. This race is currently neutralised. The commentators will take a little bit of a look back. Riders can get taken out of the race if it was deemed that that was dangerous riding that caused an incident. Well, looks like Tyrrell's just making his way down the track side there. As the work continues, looks like it's going to be the good old-fashioned fix of duct tape. Some frantic work down in the pit area here. The Brazilian team looking to get Valder Almeida back on to the track. He came down. We saw him come back up again. You can see the hole in the right-hand side of the shorts there in the skin suit as he gets that bike set up, the pedals going onto it, and going to get a front wheel on as fast as they can. The commissaires very much looking to make sure everybody's safe before they go back onto the track, that everybody has had the chance to make sure that the bikes are fully up to standard is the phrase I'm looking for, that they've had anything done that's needed to be done to them, that there's no risk of a mechanical causing an issue. You can see the point of impact here where the riders came down, where they're working on the track. So a little bit of sanding, then the tape going down over the worst of the holes here. This is where the team really critical. The track officials going up the banking, as you can see. And you can see the tyre marks where there's been the wheels are locked up. You can see the scrapes on the way through. Well, Todd was talking about how pristine this track surface was and how little use it had. In fact, we just see Todd on the track there. You've heard him. He's just down there with the blue jeans, white shoes on, just checking the track, and you can see the damage that's done. This is a fantastic image. When the bikes come down, it shows you the impact there. The track can tear, the splinters can come up. Always good if you avoid them as a rider. I've had a few over the years, and they take a bit of pulling, and it's not the nicest thing to happen. You can just see the loose bits of wood being taken out. The pine surface here, the chisel going into action. Well, great to see the organisation very quickly onto this to make sure that track is going to be fixed, just being patched up as well. So although it doesn't stop there being a depression, what it does stop is it stops those splinters from the pieces of wood lifting. As the riders go through, if it catches into the tyre at speed, if it gets the edge of a tyre, it can lift up, and then that will cause a puncture, that could cause a crash. So by taping over the top, it prevents the splinters. It doesn't stop there being a hole in the track, but with such big damage in there, that is the sort of thing that can very easily become a compound issue, where you then see damage being done to subsequent traverses of the track by the bikes. So that patching continuing, the race neutralised. So at the moment, if you are just joining us, we are at the moment midway through the men's C4 10-kilometre scratch race. At the point where the race was neutralised, we had got a number of riders out from the race. So Perez along with Brosi out from the race, and Bucco, Rodman, Mwangi, Cortes Savreda, along with Chavriaglio and Almarashi, all at one lap. That then still left us with a number of riders in the race. So there were 13 riders in the race at the point of the race coming to a standstill, coming to a pause. And you can see the bike height being the height of that saddle being set here. Now this is a real refit. This is a borrow of a bike here. As the bike is set across, the pedals were changed on there. We saw the front wheel going in. I don't think that's a spare bike. I think that is going to be a borrow of a bike. The seat height is absolutely critical. The riders will know that to a millimetre. I know from the centre of the bottom bracket to the top of my saddle, it's exactly 700 millimetres with a 170 millimetre crank, with a Shimano SPD pedal on there. That gives me the exact height on there. And if you get that saddle changing, even if it's a millimetre or so, if you've ridden that same saddle height, you'll get to know. And when it's out, you get to that saddle height set, that maximum performance. It will change with different crank lengths, of course. It can change if you change the pedals, because the distance from the pedal axle to the sole of the shoe can change as well. So that position absolutely key. The saddle set back, so the distance the saddle is behind the bottom bracket. That then very, very critical in terms of making sure that you're sat in the right place over that bottom bracket. And there are regulations as to how far forward or back your saddle can be over the bottom bracket. All those regulations for position known by the teams and commissaires have a jig to check the position of the bikes to make sure everything is lined up and it all conforms. The position though being set at the moment to suit the riders, to make sure that the riders can get back on the track and be competitive once again. So at the moment, whilst the teams reset themselves, and that is going to be our medic teams as well. The race won't restart until we have the medic teams back in a position where they are ready to respond if there were any more incidents. It's not just about dealing with the one that we've just had, but to be in position in case there were to be another one. So those medic teams in place, the riders just get the bikes on feet. You can see the track officials just checking all of those batches multiple times just to make sure that they're 100% happy with the track surface, that it's safe to ride. That is there being a collision between riders. It looked to me, it started to get time getting in towards the end of the race. The race was neutralised with 11 laps left to go, and normally what you'd find at this stage, we'll see a race restart. The riders potentially being pulled back on to the track in one, but back into position where they started. But that's the commissaire's decision. They will make the call of how they want to restart this race, whether they're going to put the riders onto the race for a static start in position to get rolling, or they're just going to put the riders on track, set them off as a bunch. There may well be the chance for riders who've just had the bikes rebuilt to go just give them a quick spin around. So we're just seeing the race official just with a little consultation just to make sure everything's happening. Tom from the UCI, the Paralympic cycling manager, is not going to be in the commentary box down in track centre anytime soon, because he's down trackside at the moment, just checking that everything is good to go once again. Another sweep down of the surface again, just because you don't want any lubrication. When you've got the dust on the surface, because it's really highly polished by the tyres going over that varnished wood, if you do get some dust on there, it's very easy, particularly when you're going and the grip is limited, so potentially when you're going round, it could be carried round onto the bankings by the tyres, and you then get that as you're going slow on the banking, or if you're going fast and you're maybe just getting out of the saddle accelerating, that's when you can see the bike slide. At the moment, the teams are just waiting for that restart. Riders just are receiving some attention down in track centre. So the timing teams are making sure they're aware of who is where on the track. The medic teams are prepping the equipment ready for the next part of racing. They'll need to be on there. Another check in here. It literally is a fingertip check of the track. You saw the volume of riders who came down there as the consultation is made about the restart here. We've got to say a massive thank you to the commissaire teams. They are in charge when the racing starts. Basically, it's their call as to what happens. And the moment that first race is underway, they really do control how the racing goes. They're happy with that track surface. The president of the panel will be coordinating that commissaire team. The commissaires are covering all cycling disciplines. A number of commissaires will cover multiple disciplines, so quite often we see road and track commissaires doubling up, cyclocross and mountain bike commissaires doubling up. Sometimes you see BMX commissaires also doing some of the other disciplines as well. There is definitely a crossing over of commissaires, and that transfer of knowledge is really important as well. So sharing a lot of best practice across different disciplines, a great way to keep riders safe and to really improve the rider experience. The riders at the moment trying to keep warm if they are due to come back onto the track for this race. All the rest of the riders, because we have got a packed programme after this, are going to be looking at their timing. So if you are in the men's B, in the 4K individual pursuit that's coming up in what is 2 races time, you'd have been partway into your warm-up coming into that with 11 laps to go in that scratch race, and that means that you've now got to think again about that warm-up. You've got to get that timing, you've got to readjust when we were talking about the hydration. That's also got to be right. You've got to make sure you refuel. The Brazilian riders here just on the watt bikes, they're just making sure that they keep those legs spinning at the moment, just making sure they keep that rolling. As we see our Italian tandem team just made their way back down into track centre. They're going to be thinking about their timing for the next race, just watching the rest of the race at the moment. Just continue onwards. The warm-ups continue for riders that are still to come. We still have to come the women's C4 sprint finals, our men's B 4K individual pursuit, the women's C5 sprint finals, and the women's C3 elimination race. That will then be followed by the medal ceremony. It's good to see Al Belushi on his feet walking clear of the dancers, really animated in that race. We saw him down on the floor, but back up and walking down, being checked out by the medics and released. So great to see him back up on to making his way across and around that track. So great to see Al Belushi back and looking like he is just a little bit shaken. Hopefully be back up and racing, and we know we're going to see him in the future soon. A massive thank you to the medics teams. Without them, this race is very, very difficult to accomplish. We see the teams continue working onwards. So the riders just starting to roll around the track centre. The riders being brought on by the gates, the fantastic volunteers here, just keeping control of those gates, making sure those riders go on and off in a safe manner. So the riders being pulled up on the blue and on the railing. We'll see a restart. This is where we see who comes on. I come from the United States of America, down on the inside, down on the blue here. Atkinson retaking the race start. Looks like Tyrrell's also down there for race start as well. Looks like we're going to be seeing our Indonesian rider, that is Imamudin, also coming on to the track. He was on the same lap as those race leaders. The Colombian rider coming down as well. He's down onto the track. That's Duenas Gomez. So he's also on that same lap as the race leaders. Just watching the Brazilians making their way in as well. So after the adrenaline coursing and some of those riders glad that they missed the races, some riders glad they missed that crash, some riders glad that they weren't quite in that position. The riders making their way back on to the bikes once again, and I have just seen Abdelia Abelhoushi just making his way back onto a bike. So the rider from the United Arab Emirates, who have been animating a lot of the racing earlier on, down on the blue. That's a great recovery by him. He's still on the same lap as the leaders. Just in a little bit of a shuffle along here just to make sure the riders are in the right order. The commissary team's just checking they've got the right orders on track. Now I make that 11 riders coming back on to the track, and essentially at the moment I think 6 on the bottom, 5 on the top, subject to confirmation. That's doing its worst at the moment, but by my reckoning we're going to go back in with 11 riders and 12 laps to go. Again, the riders will be set free and they won't be racing until the gun is fired, so it will give those riders time to go back up to speed. The Indonesian rider there sitting in second wheel. Looks like we've also got the riders in here from all of the key protagonists. We just need to see who's missing at the moment, but certainly looks to me like we're going to get this racing back underway with a good-sized group of riders back on track, which is great to see. A look over the shoulder from Russo, who will lead them out onto the track. And once the riders are all up to speed and all in a pack, then that gun can go. They will have to have everybody together before that happens. Just watching the riders winding up to speed. I will see the rider just about to make his way to the back of the pack. One of the reasons actually because riders will hang off the back, build up pace, and as the gun goes, just charge in through underneath the group. Such crazy tactics from Abolition, the riders together. So we should have race start very, very shortly indeed. So the race restarts, 12 laps to go in the men's C4, 10 kilometres, crash race. LaRusso very quickly back down again. This is where we see who got that interval right, who used their time wisely, who now has used it to recover, reset, and be able to go again in the moment. LaRusso looking to wind this up. He's going to stay out of trouble if he can stay on the front here. 11 laps to go here. Atkinson in pursuit, Macon sitting immediately behind him, and the pressure on a number of the riders will be feeling that impact of coming down onto that track centre as they come charging around the banking. Russo not being given any ground here. They're going to pull him back. 10 laps to go. Russo pulls up the banking. He's looking down to see who will take the lead, and they all come up here after that very fast chase down. The pace coming off, and we're taking a little look to see who's going to go. It's Brazil who are going to go early here. They're going to go on the attack. They're not going to let this settle. A quick move down and then a dive back up the track once again. That's going to be Ribeiro tonight, of Brazil, who goes up high. He's back into this race, and now down into the centre. It's another move by the Frenchman. LaRusso does not want to let the pace off. 8 laps left to go in this race. He's making it hard. He's making this tough. He's going to be taking riders off the back of the group by the power that he's applying at the front of this race. Chasing group of 4 riders together, then a little bit of a gap back, just starting to open behind. Leading 5 go through. Sierras of Belgium though should make that leading group, making that 6. as we see the Colombian drop down. He was looking up to see if anyone was going to go over the top, and Duenas Gomez goes to the bottom, goes back up again. He's still on the front. He does not want to make the running here at this stage. 6 laps left to go. There is in here. This is going to be a very, very quick finish to this race. That recovery clearly suiting some of the riders here on track. That group won't want to let everybody come back together again and look over the shoulder here. I saw Valde Almeida. He's on the front on that borrowed bike, and it looks to me like he's going to wind this up on the front here. He starts to inject some more pace in. Russo, Atkinson, then it's going to be Duenas Gomez just hovering, goes over the top of Atkinson. Here behind him, the German rider Doring, hovering, looking, watching and waiting. I'm expecting Doring to maybe just leave it a little bit later, be looking potentially for that kick. There's over the top comes Stearns. Stearns taking the high line here, winding this up. You can just see picking up the pace. He's going to come dropping down. They're wide to this. Russo moves up. He's going to block the move. 3 laps to go here. So 3 laps left to go. Russo at the moment leading from Duenas Gomez in second position at the moment. So Duenas Gomez in second place, Theron in third place. It's going to be 2 laps to go as they come in round here. So you can see we come into the final lap now. 1 more lap to go. LaRusso's leading this out. LaRusso is looking to take this out, but look at the speed of Atkinson over the top. LaRusso goes wide, he goes high. Atkinson's burying himself in the line. He goes over the line for race victory. Great Britain take the win with Archie Atkinson. What a ride by him to take the race victory. It's going to be a second place, I think, for LaRusso. Atkinson's time in that to perfection. And waiting to see the top 3. Archie Atkinson in 1. Gaten LaRusso in 2. Diego German, Duenas Gomez in 3. They're the gold, silver and bronze medalists. Jason McComb in 4. Jano Theorens in 5. Laurent Garnier in 6. It's going to be Fabian Doring in 7. Jesus Suarez Almeida in 8. Abdallah Albalushi in 9. It's going to be Theo Ribeiro Donati in 10. And Mohamed Fadi Imamuddin in 11. That is the provisional results at the moment, so that yet to be confirmed, but I don't think there's any doubt in Archie Atkinson's race win there after being very, very close to being taken out just before we had the crash and then the race start. After that, Atkinson charging to victory. Here we go. Top 10 on your screens. Atkinson, LaRusso, Duenas Gomez, your top 3 with McComb, Theros, Garnier, Doring, Valde Almeida, Albalushi and Ribeiro Donati. The riders rounded in the top 10. Full results for all of the racing on the website www.para2025.veloresults.com. So that's www.para 2025 dot, or full stop, Velo Results, so VELORESULTS.com, COM at the end. You'll find all the live results on there. You'll see the results. When those results are ratified, you'll see there is a PDF that you can download on there. And you can look at on your screen as we are going to move across from an eventful men's C4 10-kilometre scratch race across to the women's C4 sprint. Now, 3 riders qualifying for the finals. Kate O'Brien and Maria Isabel Mercado being knocked out in that qualifying stage, with O'Brien taking 4th, Mercado rounding out the top 5. Your top 3 riders in qualification. Siobhan Terry for New Zealand with the silver phone on that black skin suits. She's had a 3rd and a 2nd place so far. She's at the top of the track. Erin Nemoyle, the rider who took the bronze medal on day 1 in the centre of the 3 riders. And at the base, Kadina Cox from Great Britain, the rider who took the silver medal yesterday in that 1 kilometre CT. So the sprint race up and away, a fast pace from the race start here, and now Siobhan Terry, the rider who's riding her very first Paralympics already, 2 medals coming across from swimming into paracycling. Currently down at the bottom of the track here, limited experience at this level of competition is not putting her off the racing at the moment. A look across from Erin Namoyle at Cadena Cox. Cox hovering above here, Namoyle watching above. They're going to have to be careful because below is Terry, but it's Namoyle and Cox who have got the upper hand here. They've got the height. Cox is trying to drop down. Namoyle is pushing her up here. They're on to the final lap. They've got to keep either side of the red line on the way round here. Namoyle holding position here. Cox trying to come on the outside. Namoyle goes through. Namoyle is going to take away the gold medal here. A fantastic sprint in and over the line. And just awaiting those results confirming as we come in through there. But that was a phenomenal performance here today. You can see the hand lifted in celebration there. So Erin Namoyle taking race victory from Cadena Cox, and then Siobhan Terry of New Zealand in third place. Australia, GB and New Zealand in that order over the line. Namoyle taking away a gold to add to her bronze medal. Cadena Cox with her second silver medal of the championships. And coming in to take a second bronze to add to that silver medal she took in the elimination. A bronze in the 1 kilometre time trial. And it's going to be another bronze medal for Siobhan Terry of New Zealand. So with the women's C4 sprint finals now done and dusted, it will be taking us across to the individual pursuits. This is for the men's B competitors. A really packed qualifying in the racing with Kenya in 9th place inside that top 10, Chile in 8th position, Indonesia in 7th, Brazil in 6th, Argentina in 5th place. The top 4 teams, well, the top 4 teams of Poland and the USA will be racing for the bronze medal for the 3rd and 4th positions overall. The race for the gold and silver, which you'll see coming up after this, that is going to be between Great Britain and Italy. So the tandem for the riders from the United States of America, Brandon Walton being piloted by Ian Anderson, and they are across on the home straight, the back straight Poland, Karol Kopic being piloted by Wojciech Sikala. The riders from Poland qualifying through. They took an 8th place in the mixed team relay and 11th place in the 1 kilometre time trial. And the USA team taking 7th place in that 1 kilometre time trial. And the time difference between these 2 teams in qualifying should see the United States of America go to take the bronze medals. You can never discount an upset when it comes to the track, because anything can happen when you're out and racing around these boards. The question will be, we saw in the women's individual pursuit, the team who took the bronze medal go to catch the team in front. So 2 ways to win. You can set the fastest time if none of the teams catch each other, but if you make the catch, and to do so your front wheel has to come level with the back wheel of the team you're catching. If you make the catch, then you are automatically awarded the race win. So the Commissaire team there just making sure all quiet, ready for race start. So away go the two tandems at the start here of the battle for the bronze medal in the men's beat individual pursuits. The team from the United States of America qualifying with a faster time than Poland, but you'll see on your screens either a green or a red time shown for the riders as they come across and are setting that time out on course at the moment. It looks like both teams are nicely up to speed at the moment and building the pace. So Walton and Anderson up against Kopic and Zikala. And at the moment the American team are up. They are making ground on the Polish team at the moment. It looks like the distance that started at half a lap's distance has been brought down to about a third of a lap, separating the back wheel of the Polish tandem and the front wheel of the American tandem. The American tandem making ground slowly but surely here on the Polish tandem. Walton and Anderson looking to make the catch here. They're going to get a better view now as they come down towards the line, and it's down to quarter of a lap now, so they've halved the distance that was between them to start off with as they continue around our track here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Wow, the time to get round one lap is greater than the difference in their qualifying time, and so the American tandem is going to have to pull out something special to make the catch, but they're closing in, and once they get into the draft, that tandem, the speed these tandems are going, it is leaving a hole in the air for the American tandem to ride into. The closer they get, the bigger their pocket that they can get into of air that is moving, that is being dragged along, that disturbance that is traveling the same direction that they are. The Polish team are having to cut to what is essentially completely still air. It's not going to have any residue left as the team from the United States of America close on the back wheel of Poland. They're going to go up over the top here. As they go over the top, the gun is fired. It's going to be a bronze medal for the United States of America. They are going to take a race victory. Now the question is, are they going to continue onwards to set a time? They could be looking for a national record here today, and I think they are. They're continuing onwards. The Polish team are going to move to one side, and we are going to see the team from the United States of America continue here. They may well be looking for a new national record. They are going to have to really push on if they're going to take away the world record. They are continuing to charge around, and I'll tell you something, they are going to set a time here today because they are continuing here. They make the catch. The Polish team are now off the track, and all they can do now is watch the bronze medalists in action. What can the time the team of Anderson and Walton set? They're going to come around. They have not got far to go. They're going to be soon into their last lap here today. They're certainly in to that last push that is going to take them through the pursuit. 4,000 metres, 16 laps of the track at the moment. It is coming down here. They've got 3,375 metres done here today. That's a big squeeze has come on, but they are going to set the time. They're determined to take this to the finish here, and this is where they're really going to be paying the price for that big kick at the start. Have they got a huge amount left in the tank? Time to find out. One more lap left to go from the tandem from the United States of America. Brandon Walton, Ian Anderson, they're pushing for the line. Half a lap left now. The final kick, the final turn. This is time to empty the tank. You want to come out over the line with nothing left. They do so. That time is set. They've just done a 4-minute, 14-second time. They set that time down here today. 4 minutes, 14 exactly for the tandem of Walton and Anderson. They take away the bronze medal. They'll be celebrating, taking away the medal in that ride off for third and fourth place. It will be a fourth place for Poland. As we see our Italian team readying themselves for the fight for the gold and silver medal. Now, a closer gap between Great Britain, who had the fastest time in qualifying. They set a time of 4:04. Italy with a time of 4:08. So not a huge gap between the two tandems when you think that we're covering what is 16 laps of the track. The Italian team of Lorenzo Bernard, piloted by Paolo Toto. The Great Britain team, Stephen Bates, being piloted by Chris Latham. The world record set at Saint-Quentin on Yvelines in Paris in the Paralympics, a phenomenal time, 3 minutes 55.396. And that is an incredibly quick time, smashing apart that 4-minute barrier. But no, Tristan Banger and Patrick Boss here from the Netherlands, and it means that the battle for the gold and silver are going to between Stephen Bates here behind the pilot Chris Latham and the rider Lorenzo Bernard sat behind his pilot Paolo Toto. So the home and the back straight teams are ready to send away and onto the track here today. This is a gold medal. This is a rainbow jersey at stake. The pace absolutely critical. The team managers will be at the side of the track. The managers will be moving up and down the track as they give an indication to the riders of whether they're on track or not. Now you can see the timing screens showing the time flicking up at the moment. The time though for the Italian team rather than the Polish team, as we see the teams that come around. It is Britain who are in the lead, so you can ignore the nations. The timing though correct at the moment as they come through, with GB slightly up at the moment on the team from Italy, who are the team in second place. So apologies if you're slightly confused. You can ignore the names at the side. The times are correct. The names have indeed changed. Left-hand side of your screen with the fastest time, it's the GB tandem of Bate and Latham. On the right-hand timing side, currently in the team from Italy, that is Bernard and Toto. At the moment, the gap between those two teams still being held at just over 1 second, so it's not a lot at this stage as they continue to push on. Have either team saved something? Now you can see the names correct on your screen. Bate and Latham, Bernard and Toto. Left and right hand side of your screen, the GB team are up, and that gap has stretched a little bit more. It's 1.8 of a second now as they went through that split. What's it going to be this time around? It's gone out again. He's holding just under 2 seconds. Bate and Latham at the moment trying to chase Bernard and Toto. They are closing down on them, and I think we're now going to start to see the GB tandem start to accelerate. They are now over 2 seconds faster than the Italian tandem. As they go past the 2,000 metre mark, they have got them in their sights on the straight. They can see their target. They did that at half race distance. They've got a similar kind of distance to come down, but the aerodynamic advantage of coming into air that's already moving in the right direction, that's been pushed forward by the Italian team, will start to give them more and more of an advantage. And now that gap really starting to rocket up for over 4 seconds separating them. The GB team with a 42 as the Italian team hit a 46, and you can see the GB squad of Bate and Latham have got them in their sights. Time is running out. They're going to approach the 3,000 metre marker. It is possible to do it. They could catch them in the very latest stages of this race if they continue to push. I think that GB tandem definitely keeping something back for the finals here today as they push on. A 4:08 from the Italians in qualifying, a 4:04 from the GB tandem. It's down to what is only about 25 metres on the track now as GB are putting in a big push coming round the banking here. 3,375 metres covered. This is coming down into the last metres here. GB come up on the wheel of the Italians. Great Britain are going to take a race victory. They're going to take away the gold medal. Italy will take away the silver. Both teams ease off the pedals. Both teams know they gave it everything in that race. Great Britain, Bate and Latham, take away the gold medal. The world champions in the men's B individual pursuit final. Silver medal for Bernard and Toto from Italy. The bronze medal, Walton and Anderson from the United States of America. Well, phenomenal riding, and it shows you just how much was in there with the overhaul being put in by the team from Great Britain to take away the top spot. The time being given to the tandem from the United States of America, who rode through for that 4:14 to finish despite overhauling the team from Poland in their race as well. Unusual to see an overhaul. We've seen two today. We saw one yesterday as well, but it's been done, and that can be done once again. So the Great Britain tandem picking up the Union flag, and it is going to be Stephen Bate, I think, who's going to have that aloft as they make their way around back towards the track centre at the end of their race. World champions for 2025 in the men's B individual pursuit. A phenomenal race by the Great Britain duo. So as the riders in the tandem race make their way off the track after the men's individual pursuit in the men's B competition, our next race is going to be the race in the women's C3 elimination race, if I'm not much mistaken. I'm just going to do a double check on that because I have it by my reckoning. It's going to be the women's C5 sprint finals. It is indeed. So as our world champions pose for the photographs down there, Stephen Bate and Chris Latham doing the business and taking away the title. Good to see Todd back down in the track centre after having spent plenty of time up literally on track.
Yeah, maybe you saw me up there at one point, so yeah, good being back down here.
Might have pointed you out once or twice in that little period there, although you had to be watching the right place, right time, as we see Chris Latham coming down. The bike's held aloft here, a fantastic career. He's up the top. Stephen Bate sits down, he's bringing on the applause here. A fantastic career from Stephen Bate, and another title to his credit. A phenomenal rider.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. Really IP specialist, time trial specialist on the road, and he's always in medal contention. Great to see him get another gold medal here.
A phenomenal job, and you can see the applause there as he comes down from the Great Britain squad there. A phenomenal result. A great race from him as we start to see the women's C5 race taken to the track. Now this final between Claudia Coretti of Italy and Nicole Murray of New Zealand, it really does promise to be a very interesting race because Murray has been riding smart, but Coretti has got pure speed.
Yeah, this is the third time in 3 days they've matched up against each other. Building a little friendly rivalry between the two of them, I think.
Definitely, and I'm sure Murray will want to come out on top this time, but Coretti, so far it's 2-0 to Coretti in terms of taking away those world titles. We hit one more lap to go. Coretti having the front of the race, not choosing to go yet. This is going to be a late kick coming up here, so time to dive down the bank and make the most of the speed, the track speed here. She's going to come into the final turn here in the lead. Can Murray come over the top of Cressy? What's Cressy got left? Cressy's got plenty left is the answer. It's going to be 3 from 3 for Claudia Cressy. It's another silver medal going to be heading the direction of Nicole Murray. Two phenomenal riders taking away the gold and silver here in our race in the women's C5 sprint competition. Claudia Cressy at the moment, it's just sheer speed. She can ride them off a wheel.
This has been a fantastic performance. I mean, she had a great championships in 2024 on Rio, and she came back this year in great form, and now 3 gold medals so far.
And that ability to keep on performing, because it is race after race, qualifications, going through semis, going into finals. You've got to be able to put that performance in, and you're pushing yourself to the limit to get through. You can't, there's no taking it easy.
Yeah, it's really different than road. Really, you get a big race and then you get a day off. Here you're going 2-3 times a day sometimes, and so there's no time to relax on the track.
Definitely not. So our riders just making their way off the track as we get ready. Our next riders just making their way on to our track here in the competition, because our next race is going to be the women's C3 elimination race. Just seeing Mel Preble head out on to the track along with the rest of this race field. The elimination race is always one which, as the tactics have shown, it's about not being last rider, but we've seen it a number of times where riders do have the pace and the speed to go from the front. We saw it with Ricardo Tenagiles. He had the pace in the elimination race. He just kept on accelerating on the front of the race. We've seen other riders who have played them box smart. They've come round at the right time. They've stayed out of trouble. They've just held their position, stayed out of the wind, and had more energy later. Do you think we're going to see a real mix of tactics here?
I don't know. I think I see more of a similar race. I think Emily Petricola, she kind of led the scratch race out the other day, and I kind of anticipate that she's going to try to do the same thing here and just see if she can hold on for as long as possible.
Well, she's taken the win in the scratch race. She took the win in the 1 kilometre time trial. She's got the speed, she's got the pace to do that. The rest of the riders have to sit in that wheel. They need to be on, basically, if she does that, they want to be wheel 2. They don't want to be 3, 4, 5 or 6 on the way through, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think you look at her teammate Paige Greco and Nick van den Arsten. Both of them have had great performances in the past in this type of race, and so they're going to want to be right next to her, no doubt about it. Even right next to her directly, not even behind her.
And we did see in that scratch race on day 1, Paige Greco working very much with Emily Petricola to control the front of the race in the scratch race. They really did work as a 1-2 there, making sure that they controlled the race. Nobody could go clear on the front. Harder to do in the elimination race, because you don't want to be unawares, if you like. You can't keep that pace down too much, because if you ease off too much, you're going to be in trouble. Just seeing Petricola, so of the 2 Australian riders, Petricola is the rider with the green helmet on the front there with the yellow bike. Paige Greco, equally same helmet, but the darker bike of the 2. So that's what distinguishes our 2 riders, as well as the numbers on their back, of course, the timing chips, but we can't see that bit coming through. Good to see Van den Arsen right in the mix here, taking that bronze medal in that 1 kilometre time trial. So Van den Arsen clearly looking not to get swept aside, as we see Pemble come over the top here. So the gun has gone, the racing is on. Riders across the track. Nobody will want to be the first rider eliminated out, or easier said than done. As they come through, you can see a big push coming at the moment of Tunis de Pavia, wanting to go over the top, but it is going to be a Tunis de Pavia who is our first rider eliminated here today.
Yeah,
a little bit of a pause. Just can breathe, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what they can do here. Now it's going to start to get really dicey, I think.
So the two Australians on the inside line here, and it's dangerous to be sat down on the inside too much if you've got nowhere to go. You may well find the Australians work together to push up here as we see a dive over the top from the Colombian rider. So it's going to be Paige Greco who gets eliminated. Said it was dangerous to be down on the bottom. I think she was eliminated there because she just stayed inside. Could have done with a little room to work, or with Petricola to push on a little bit there and almost boxed in. And that's what caused the problem. Now Mel Pemble, the rider at the back of this group of four. 3 medals, 4 riders need to get into the next stage. You don't want to be the next rider eliminated. If you're going to be in the medals, you need to squeeze on here. Pemble going over the top at the moment. Cabellas Perez looking to squeeze on the inside. This is going to be tight. Is Van den Aarsen going to be taken? There she comes around. So it's going to be Caballeros. Oh my gosh, that was so tight. That must have been by a tyre width.
I think that was really, really close, but the commentators made a really quick decision, so I think it must have been clear from their point of view.
They have a great perspective looking across from the side of the track there. Come on, say, literally them up one eyeball down on the side there. That leaves us 3 riders here today. We've got Petricola leading them at the moment for Australia. We've got Van den Aarsen in the orange of the Netherlands, and we've got Mel Pemble, the 3 riders who were the medalists in the kilometre time trial, looking to see who is going to come round, and it's going to be Van den Aarsen who is going to take the bronze medal because she's eliminated, and the gap has gone from Petricola to Pemble here. Petricola has used the advantage to push on here. Pemble looking to ride through, but this is going to be Petricola's day at the office once again, and she comes in through. So it's going to be a 6th place for Tunis Pavia. It's going to be a 5th place for Paige Greco, 4th place for Daniela Cabellas Perez, 3rd place for Van den Aarsen, 2nd for Pemble, and top spot the world champion for 2025 in the women's C3 elimination, Emily Petricola. And Todd, she didn't ride them all off from the word go, but right at the front pretty much the whole way round.
Yeah, she wanted a good position. She didn't want to put herself in any jeopardy, and then, when it got down to 2, I guess, Mel Pemble just didn't have the energy anymore to go with her.
And that's the thing, if you've been at the back and you've been having to accelerate each time, trying to keep out of trouble, trying to not get eliminated, and she'd had a couple of close scrapes earlier on. It had been very, very close in that battle for 3rd and 4th place, and then we saw the Colombian rider just being distance. Pemble was right in the mix. You could have gone there as well. So each time she's expending energy, whereas Petricola on the front could just enjoy the fact that she knew that the challenge was going to come on her right. She didn't need to worry behind. Another great victory.
Really, really impressive for Emily. She's had a great season so far. Some golds on the road, and then also bringing it back over here in the track for 3 more, I think, so far, if I remember. So really fantastic. Yeah, a phenomenal performance and a phenomenal rider, as are all of our riders down here today. Now, Todd, it would be remiss of me not to just quiz you down in the track centre. We saw some real hard work going on when we had the incident in that scratch race earlier on, and we saw riders down. We saw the medic teams doing their stuff absolutely brilliantly, as always, and we saw mechanics, bike changes, wheel swaps, pedal swaps, bike swaps as well on the way through, but a fantastic job done by the teams to get those riders back up again, and the commissaires just doing what they do. They know what they want to do in that situation, making sure it happens in the right order. Well, everyone's got a different job for sure, and so you saw me out there a little bit checking for the track along with our technical delegate and the track repair crew. We just needed to make sure that the venue was safe again, and that there would be no more punctures or any danger to the athletes after an incident like that. But then, the medical team was out there really quick, multiple athletes down, and took care of them in great fashion. Shouldn't be anything too serious, it seems like. But the mechanics too. There was a lot of new tires needed at a minimum, even some new bikes, and And they had a little bit of extra time because we needed to take our time fixing the track. But we got all the athletes back out on the racing circuit that we could, and yeah, had a good finish to that race, I think.
And we saw, I mean, a number of riders who came down heavily, and I'm thinking particularly of Abelushi of the UAE, because he had been animated in the race. He was down there, taken off by the medic team, and then we saw him back up and back on the bike and racing, and just phenomenal to see those riders back on the track. I did want to ask you though, were the track team blaming you, because you did give it the commentator's curse, because you did say earlier on that this track hasn't had too much damage and it's actually riding really, really fast because it's not had too many incidents on it earlier on in the week. So did they blame you for that?
Well, I don't think they've heard what we're saying down here every once in a while, so they probably don't know what we're talking about, so they can't blame me yet. But they'll probably go back and watch afterwards, and maybe I'll get a message or two.
Yes, quite possibly. We've got to say a big thank you to the team down there looking after the track. I mean, it is quite literally a fingertip search, isn't it? Some of the damage is obvious, but you're watching for, I guess, for those splinters that have come up. They've been torn away, but they've popped back into place and then could get flicked up during the racing.
Exactly, yeah. And so some things you can't see, or some things they might even be a little bit hidden. You see one small splinter, but you could peel it back a little bit longer, and it just keeps going and going. And so take care of that with some sandpaper, some tape, some other short-term fixes, and then after we finish the session tonight, you can actually already see some people out there on the track going back to repair it and make it a more permanent fix, so we're ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, the magic formula of wood, glue, dust, and something else apparently. And my guess is a little bit of sanded down tyre rubber, but the track repair at Manchester, he wouldn't tell me. So I'm sure they probably all have their own magic recipe. It's probably a trade secret that they don't share with anybody else. But they do a fantastic job. We've got to say a big thank you to everybody out at the venue, because the infrastructure is a really key thing. And I mentioned earlier on the UAE are just putting in a new velodrome into Hadariat Island. That's just being built. Quite interestingly, with a track, it's going to have a way to go right up around the outside to the top and right around the top of the velodrome before you come back down again. It's going to have a track on the top, a bit like the Italian job movie where you ride around the top of the building. It's going to do that, but it's going to be, just as importantly, the track centre. And more velodromes being built means more and more riders with access to be able to take part in the Power Track Championships and the Power Track racing.
Yeah, we've been really working hard. Inside the office, I work really hard with our track team to make sure that we have good integration and we're working on the same things together. They work a lot to homologate or certify the velodromes around the world, and there's a lot of new ones being built. Rumor is that they're going to build a new one in Sao Paulo soon too, and that's going to be a great opportunity for the Brazilians to have more than one track in their country, or at least more than one Olympic and Paralympic caliber track in their country.
Indeed, in Sao Paulo, playing host to the mountain bike eliminator racing earlier on this season down in the city there. So it's no stranger to international competition. The UCI mountain bike XCE World Cup paid a visit there already. So it's definitely a city that's got some cycling, some good sporting heritage already. When it comes to those World Championships that we see coming forward, and we've got to start looking forward. We're over the halfway. We've finished day 3. We've got day 4. We start looking forward. There's riders who, for them, they've got one more day left. There's some riders who maybe not going to be competing tomorrow. They're now looking ahead and maybe reflecting back on what they've done. That transition, is that noticeable when you're in the team hotels and when you're at the track? You're starting to see now riders that they're done. That's almost that end of school feel.
Well, for sure, for the riders that are done, it changes a little bit. We're in Rio. There's definitely a lot of interesting things to do in the city outside of racing, and so some people are looking to maybe get a little tourist experience, maybe head to the beach and enjoy the good weather, especially from maybe some of our European climates like I'm from right now, and yeah, take advantage of Rio because it's really nice. But those athletes who have one more race tomorrow, laser focused still.
Yep, and that's one of the things that the riders, although they may have finished, are going to be respecting. They are going to very much be aware that they have teammates who are going to be out racing. They've still got championships. They've still got to get that good night's sleep. Still got, coming in and them not having that perfect preparation for their championship. That's one of the things I think that always impresses me, that no matter how hard people have raced, they might have finished, but they're always there, aware of what's happening with the rest of the team, and will be no doubt down at the velodrome supporting them if they get a chance as well.
Well, one of the coolest things I think about the para teams is that there really is a team atmosphere inside each and every nation, but externally too. And so, most of these people grew up racing. They're going to normal races, not just para races, and they just want to be at the track. They want to be at the road. They want to be at whatever racing's happening and enjoy the atmosphere. Like, it's a passion for all these athletes, and so, yeah, they want to enjoy it as much as and not have the pressure of racing themselves, and be able to watch some cool races as well.
Yeah, it is always nice to, when you've done and dusted, to get to the side and actually enjoy the racing, and not be worried that you've got another race coming up. You really can just focus on that experience. Don't forget, if you want to watch some track racing, there is loads of track racing out and around the globe. If you want to jump on board and watch any of the Track World Championships, then do make sure you get in there early. We'd love to see you down at the side of the track. If you are down in Rio de Janeiro and you've been watching for the last 3 days on a TV screen, but tomorrow you get the chance to go, get down, get into the stands, watch the track. There is something special about standing above the banking, watching the riders come round below you. Something special about being down by the finishing line as the riders are coming into that sprint. So please do get down there for the very last day of competition. Tomorrow is a packed day, so we kick off an hour earlier as well. So not content with it being day 4, we're going to have all of our volunteers, our officials, all of the team down there doing a little bit of a longer day as well, because we start a little bit earlier, and we potentially going to be finishing a little bit later as well.
Yeah, so I mean, the last day is always the biggest day of competition. You have men's and women's tandem sprints, which are more of the traditional tandem, sprint tournament that you'll see in the non-para World Championships as well. And so those are great races. There's a lot of best 2 out of 3 races that take some time. But then we have a lot more of the bunch races as well too. So big races I would be looking forward to tomorrow are WC4, 5 combined women's 10K scratch race. Men's C5 10K scratch race, and the men's C4 elimination race. Those are all going to be really, really fantastic races to watch. On top of, we conclude with the combined class, mixed gender, mixed sporting class, team sprint is the last race of the day.
It is, and that is something special. So mixed category, mixed gender, so men and women. We've got categories 1 to 5. It's a brilliant format. And I think for me, what I really like, in some ways, it's a bit like the team relays that we see in other disciplines. You're bringing together athletes who don't normally get the chance, or riders who don't normally get the chance to race together, racing as a team. And I think for me, it really does, along with some of those really fantastic acts of sportsmanship that we've seen during the course of the championship so far, really highlight why sport is special, and why when we see riders racing for a world championship, whilst there's a title at stake, they are looking out for each other, and they are acting as one big family and one big team as well.
Yeah, it's really, really great that we have this opportunity to have just a spectacular championships in Rio. 3 days down, 1 more day to go. I'm feeling fatigued myself too, but certainly excited for the last day, and see how these championships can conclude in a great fashion.
Well, it's not going to be long before we go on to our awards ceremonies. Thank you very much to Todd Fraser for coming and joining me so far. Todd will be back not only in the track centre chatting and watching the racing with me, Matt Payne, but he'll be down in that track centre very early tomorrow morning to greet the athletes as they come in, and we'll be right the way through to the end of the ceremony. So Todd, thank you very much for joining me once again on day 3. I hope you get a good evening's rest at some point before tomorrow and day 4 for the very last day. Can't quite believe it. It's absolutely flown by. Can't believe we're heading for the last day already.
Really fantastic so far. Yeah, I'll try to get some sleep, but we'll see. Lots of work still to do.
Indeed, and the team behind the scenes doing an amazing job. The team behind the scenes for our medal ceremonies just being lined up and ready to come up on to the stage as well. The backdrops are in place. The table with the signing for the jerseys in place. The riders just being brought down into the area ready for the presentations as well. So here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, for the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships, we are going to commence our medal ceremonies. We're going to be kicking off with the men's C2 1 kilometre time trial finals. Second place in the sprint competition on Friday. A third place here in the 1 kilometre time trial for our rider Gordon Allen. The Australian rider takes away the bronze medal. Win in the sprint yesterday, a silver medal in the scratch race, matched with a silver medal here today in the men's 1 kilometre time trial. Hero of the Netherlands with that silver medal. Well, the world record holder, the Paralympic champion, takes away the World Championship title. His winning time, 1 minute 9.003 seconds to take away the win here today in the men's C2 1 kilometre time trial. World champion Alexander Lutz of France. gold medalists here today in the men's C2 1 kilometre time trial final. Taking the bronze medal from Australia, Gordon Allen, taking the silver medal from the Netherlands, Hedeboer, and taking away the rainbow jersey, the gold medal, the world champion for 2025 at the men's C2 1 kilometre time trial, Alexander Lotte of France. Well, Alexander Lotte down to sign the jerseys once again. A great 3 days of competition for him, taking away 2 titles so far. Can he add to that as we continue into day 4? A brilliant performance so far, phenomenal rider, and already for that second signature. Well, that's a gold medal held proudly aloft, that rainbow jersey to be worn in the discipline for the forthcoming year. And job done today. Time to rest, recover, recuperate, and be ready for the next race. It's not going to be long before we're ready for our next medal ceremony here in Rio de Janeiro at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships here on Saturday the 18th of October. It is day 3 of competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the honor ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships in Rio. For the men's semi-final sprint,
so the men's C5 sprint medal ceremony, our riders making the way to the stage with the presentation party. The medals, the jersey, and the prizes for our riders. Momentous to remember today's racing and their performance in the sprint competition.
third place, the winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, Alfonso Cabello.
Taking away the bronze medal, Alfonso Cabello Lamas of Spain. A great ride, battling to take away what was a bronze medal, a phenomenal sprint, great battle between the 3 riders. Third place, the bronze medal for Alfonso Cabello Lamas of Spain.
Second place, the winner of the silver medal, representing Austria,
A second place for Franz Josef Lasser of Austria. He has a medal of every colour, taking the win in the elimination. He took 3rd place in the 1 kilometre time trial, a 2nd place here today in the sprint competition. Brilliant ride in the sprint competition. He timed his run to perfection. Niels Verscharen taking away the win wearing that iconic rainbow jersey, awarded the gold medal as a race winner, as the world champion for 2025. Niels Verscharen of Belgium, the men's C5 sprint world champion. Fantastic spring competition running right the way into our finals, with Alfonso Cabela Lamas taking away the bronze medal for Spain, Franz Josef Lasser taking away the silver medal for Austria, and taking away the gold medal, the wearer of the rainbow jersey from Belgium, Niels Verscharen. A phenomenal race win, a fantastic battle, and great to see the Belgian rider on the top step of the podium. His first medal at the championships. Cabela Lamas taking away victory in the 1 kilometre time trial, a victory for Franz Josef Lasser in the racing in the elimination race. So 3 different winners of the 3 different title races in this race category. So big smiles from Niels Verscharen as he signs the jersey. You can just see a dab hand at this, and very, very quickly gets that jersey done. 1 more to go, as always. Very difficult to get the signature down, and if it hasn't held tight, but job done there. So well, fantastic performance. The box for the as well as the medal box all ready to go, and fantastic job done by the medalists in all of our race categories. Our next race category are making the way to the stage. It is the women's C1 competitors in the 1 kilometre time trial. A phenomenal ride, brilliant technique, a fantastic masterclass in following that black line and making sure you do exactly what's needed. Taking away the silver medal here today, Victoria Maria de Camargo Barbosa from Brazil. That silver medal. Race victor in the women's C1 1 kilometer time trial, Talia Clayton Goody makes it 3 from 3. Winning time 1 minute 25.366 seconds in the competition. A new world record to take away the title of world champion in the women's C1 time trial for 2025. Your medalists here today, taking away the silver medal, Victoria Maria Barbosa of the squad from Brazil, taking away the gold medal, the rainbow jersey with a world record time. It is Talia Clayton Goody in that rainbow jersey who makes her way down to sign the jersey. And once again, 2 more jerseys being signed, the autograph of our race winners being placed on the iconic rainbow jersey, the white jersey with those rainbow bands on the side. So Talia Clayton Goody as her moniker to the jersey down on the right hand side here today. Big smiles, and quite rightly so. 3 wins from 3. So on to our next race. An incident-packed, action-filled men's C4 10-kilometer scratch race. the bronze medal presented to Diego German Duenas Gomez of Colombia. A phenomenal race, positioning himself in all the right places at the right time to take away the bronze medal, taking third. Well, he animated the race and he was on the attack time and time again. It came down to a final sprint. And in that final run for the line, Gaëtan Larusso of France takes the silver medal, taking second place in the race. Well, Archie Atkinson kept himself out of trouble. He managed to very narrowly avoid all the race incidents. He came through unscathed, and in the final push for the line, he had that kick, he had the track speed to take away the race win. The world champion in the men's C4 10-kilometre scratch race from Great Britain, Archie Atkinson. Your medalists here today in the men's C4 10-kilometre scratch race, taking away third place in the bronze medal, Diego German Duenas Gomez of Colombia. Taking away second place in the silver medal, Gaëtan Larusso of France. But race winner with the rainbow jersey with that gold medal around his neck, Archie Atkinson of Great Britain. So Archie Atkinson now with a decision about where to sign his name. It's going up on the top shoulder there. Fantastic job done by him. That's the first jersey signed. One more jersey yet to go. So this one will be no doubt stretched out and the signature applied. Well, Archie Atkinson himself, the world champion, signs the jersey for the men's C4 10-kilometre scratch race as we are ready ourselves for the next of our medal ceremonies. Coming thick and fast as we run in towards the end of day 3 of 4 days of racing. So the women's C4 sprint medal ceremony. Our riders making the way on to the stage here. Three fantastic athletes making the way on to be presented with their medals here today. So the riders make the way onto the stage presentation party, ready for our medal ceremony for the women's C4 sprint competition. Well, 3 races at the World Championship and a debut World Championships on the track. It's a third bronze medal here today. 3 podium appearances for Siobhan Terry. Taking away the silver medal, taking second place in the race. It's a second day on the podium for Kadina Cox, who adds another silver medal to her extensive medal haul. Fantastic racing from Kadina Cox of Great Britain to take second place in our women's C4 sprint competition. Taking away the race win, wearing that rainbow jersey after a third place on day 1 of the competition. On day 3, Erin Nemoyle awarded our rainbow jersey, our gold medal, as the race winner of the women's C4 sprint competition. Your medalists here today in the women's C4 sprint competition. Three amazing riders putting in an amazing performance in a fantastically thrilling race. Siobhan Terry of New Zealand taking third place in the bronze medal. Kadina Cox from Great Britain taking the silver medal in second place, and Erin Nemoyle of Australia, the world champion of the women's C4 sprint competition for 2025. And Erin Nemoyle will be making her way down to the side of the stage. Signature time for Erin on that jersey, the World Champions jersey presented across all 11 disciplines of cycling, covered by the UCI, the global body for cycle sport around the world, the Union Cycliste Internationale. So second jersey to be signed by Erin, and she's seen this from the side earlier on this week when she was a medalist herself, taking away that bronze medalist on day one. The odd number day suitor, what can she do on the even number day? Day four still to come as we move on to our men's B individual pursuits finals. Some fantastic racing with some amazing performances from all three teams just to get to the finals in a packed qualification. United States of America taking the bronze medal, taking third place, Brandon Walton. Presented with that bronze medal, piloted by Ian Anderson, who receives his medal here on stage at the World Championships for 2025.
Representing Italy.
Taking away at second place in the race, the silver medal going to Lorenzo Bedard, who has the medal, presented that silver medal for second place in the race along with his pilot Paolo Toto. Well, the world champions for 2025 in the men's B individual pursuit, Stephen Bate, an absolutely phenomenal rider, takes away the gold medal. It's placed around his neck over the top of that iconic rainbow jersey. Phenomenal career by Stephen Bate. His pilot, Chris Latham, with the medal and the handshakes as well. Incredible pairing. Which has shown Stephen Bates' amazing abilities to his best. A phenomenal rider, and great to see him taking away the title. Stephen Bates and Chris Latham, the winners of the gold medal, the world champions in the men's B individual pursuit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the applause for our medalists.
Your medalists in the men's B individual pursuits. It's a phenomenal ride, taking away the bronze medal. It is going to be Brandon Walton, along with Ian Anderson, his pilot. Taking the silver medal, Lorenzo Bernard of Italy, along with his pilot Paolo Toto. But a phenomenal ride by Chris Latham and Stephen Bates. Stephen Bates rounding out what has been a phenomenal career, over 11 years of riding. His career ending here. Going to swap his paracycling career for one based still around the wooden pine, but this time in carpentry. A phenomenal rider. He has taken more than a dozen Paralympic and World Championship titles over the years, and great to see him being given the traditional salute at the end of his career, of the bikes lifted in the air with the wheels spinning. Fantastic stuff from all of our riders as we move on to what is now our penultimate medal ceremony for the women's C5 sprint competition. So a phenomenal ride by Mariela Analia Delgado. Her qualifying time of 12.562 seconds, but into that third place. That bronze medal, a reward for a fantastic performance, matching that bronze medal that she took on day one of the competition. Once again, Nicole Murray on the stage. 3 days, 3 silver medals for Nicole Murray. Still looking for the key to unlock the race of victory against our race winner here today. But a fantastic reward for a phenomenal performance on the track, both in qualification and in our finals. Nicole Murray of New Zealand, second place and the silver medal. Taking away another win, 3 out of 3. Thursday, Friday and Saturday done, and rounded out with a gold medal over the top of that rainbow jersey. Claudia Creti, her qualifying time, the fastest 11.686 second time. A win in the finals, taking away that win. The world champion in the women's C5 sprint competition for 2025. It's Claudio Creti of Italy. medalists here today in the women's C5 sprint competition, taking away the bronze medal in third place, Mariela Analia Delgado, taking away the silver medal in second place, Nicole Murray from New Zealand, but taking away top spot once again, the world champion Claudia Creti of Italy with that rainbow jersey with the medal, and of course the fantastic rainbow banded bloke awarded to our world champions. I'm sure that will be taking pride of place. It's not going to be heading out too often, I'm sure, as we see Claudia Creti add her signature to the fantastic winners' signatures on that rainbow jersey. That means we are going to have, by my reckoning, one more podium ceremony to go. As we watch our world champion signing the jersey, we are going to see our women's C3 elimination medalists make their way to the stage. Fantastic race in the women's C3 elimination race, adding to her bronze medal yesterday in the 1 kilometer time trial. Aniek van der Assen of the Netherlands takes away bronze medal here today in the elimination. Taking away the silver medal, Mel Pemble now makes that 3 medals in 3 days. A bronze on day 1 in the scratch race, a silver in the 1 kilometer time trial, and a silver here today in the elimination race. It's 3 from 3 from the rider who can ride them off her wheels. Such is the power and pace of Emily Petricola. 3 times taking the win so far here at Rio. That rainbow jersey and that gold medal, a familiar sight on the shoulders and around the neck of the UCI world champion in the women's C3 elimination race, Emily Petricola of Australia. Your top 3 riders in the women's C3 elimination race. A phenomenal race result. Annika van der Narsen taking away the bronze medal for the Netherlands. Mel Pemble of Canada taking away the silver medal in second place. Emily Petricola of Australia, unstoppable at the moment, taking away that gold medal with the rainbow jersey on her shoulders. A phenomenal day's racing here on day 3 of 4 days of amazing competition on the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. The UCI World Championships continuing onwards tomorrow. We will be here 1 hour early. If you've been watching so far, thank you very much for joining us to watch these amazing and inspirational riders in action. But do remember, it's an hour earlier tomorrow for day 4 of the competition. It's time for me to go manage a little bit more coffee before heading off. Don't forget, lots of great action on lots of different disciplines across all of the UCI 11 disciplines across cycle sports coming in your direction. Our best wishes and heal fast to anybody who has been involved in incidents today on the track. And a big thank you to everybody who's made it possible, to our athletes and riders for keeping us royally entertained today. A big thank you to Todd and the paracycling manager for the UCI for joining me. He'll be back with me tomorrow as well. A packed schedule tomorrow to round out 4 days of competition, but from me, Matt Payne, and all the team behind the scenes. Hopefully you'll get out on the bike between now and tomorrow's racing. If not, well, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.